Is it yeah. Good afternoon and welcome to this bill hearing for the House Health Committee. I'm Chair Bagnall with my amazing Vice Chair Cullison. I ask for your patience if we encounter any technical or streaming issues. This hearing is being streamed on the Maryland General Assembly YouTube channel. And we do have a few virtual witnesses today, so please bear with us as we go back and forth with the technology. Please note that food and beverages are not allowed in the gallery. You will see that our delegates have drinks at their desks because our meetings can run quite long and we want to make sure people stay hydrated. Please make sure your phones are off or silent at this time. And please be aware that if you see members are not here, they may have meetings, they may have hearings in other committees, but they are staying apprised of our proceedings. Please adhere to our usual committee rules of 1 question and 1 answer per panel, not 1 question and 1 answer per panelist. And please make sure to keep your questions shorter than the answers. Just a reminder that sponsors are not time limited, but please keep your testimony within reason so we don't have to revisit that. And all witnesses will have 2 minutes. Today's bill order is as follows: House Bill 1426, followed by 1385, 1091, 1470, 1367, 1051, 1376. That's going to mess me up. 989, 1280, 1414, 1153, and 1377. Of course, that's subject to change depending on the availability of our sponsors. And also, we do have 1 bill that is jointly assigned today. So when the members of Ways and Means arrive, we will make sure that we take that bill accordingly. We're going to start with our first bill, which is House Bill 1426. This is Clinical Research Pharmacies and Clinical Trials, Permits, Ownership, and Definition of Practice of Medicine. Delegate Solomon, if you want to come to the table and bring your panel, and you can get started with your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And we actually just have 1 change. Kelly Schultz was supposed to be here, unfortunately is detained in a budget hearing. So we have another member of the Maryland Tech Council, Andrew, here to testify on her behalf. I was actually kind of looking forward to, I started out in my subcommittee working with her when she was a secretary. It would be sort of fun to now we're collaborating through the Maryland Tech Council, but it would have been nice to sit at the same table with her. Good to see you all again. I think 2 days in a row. I've been spending a lot of time here and enjoying myself immensely, and I know I'll be back next week with some joint audit bills. For the record, Delegate Jared Solomon here to present House Bill 1426 around clinical research pharmacies and clinical trials. Again, appreciate the hearing here. So I'm just going to touch on a couple of things and then go into a little bit more detail on the bill and talk a little bit about some of the opposition testimony and where we are with that. So what this bill does is really, it authorizes the State Board of Pharmacy to establish and issue essentially a new clinical research pharmacy permit. There is an existing way to do it already, but it is incredibly onerous, and frankly, is part of the reason I was going to touch on. We think that Maryland is really, to say the least, punching below its weight on where we should. It allows a healthcare provider to own an interest in a clinical research pharmacy with the appropriate safeguards, and I'll get into that as well. Prohibits physician owners from directing patients to any sort of pharmacy or single pharmacy in accordance with existing law, but really tries to treat clinical pharmacy and clinical trial practice very, very differently, frankly, than retail pharmacy, which is kind of how the system is set up today. It also requires that a licensed pharmacist be present on site during all hours of operation, and that a licensed pharmacist remain responsible for compounding, dispensing, and the oversight of all the pharmacy services. And again, in this context, it would be pharmacy services only to service the clinical trial. It would not be able to dispense anything else. So why do we bring this bill here? So I think as many of us have been talking and we know has been percolating in and around our world for the last year in particular, is what we can do to try to grow and strengthen and diversify the economy in Maryland. And we are very proud, particularly in Montgomery County, that we are the 3rd biggest biohub in the country. behind Boston and behind Southern California, and we are constantly scratching and clawing. My good colleague from a neighboring district knows this in her other job. We are constantly scratching and clawing to figure out how we can become number two. And we are doing everything we can. We made a ton of investments in the General Assembly, particularly in our research institutions and on the commerce side. The AstraZeneca announcement obviously was huge for Montgomery County and for the state. But when you look at clinical trials, we only get 2% of national trial participants here in Maryland. That's 2.1% of direct site-based investments. That puts us 14th in the country. So despite the fact that we are third in the country in BioHub and biopharmaceuticals and all these other amazing, literally world-changing research opportunities, when it comes to the clinical trial things, you would think we would be sort of similar, right? But because of the regulatory framework that we have, that again is really limited towards a retail pharmacy model, we're losing out. We're not only losing out on what could be a really amazing growth opportunity for new companies to locate because they want to be nearby United Therapeutics, they want to be nearby an AstraZeneca, and all the other amazing companies that are doing incredible things, but we're also missing out on an opportunity to grow our pharmacy workforce, and we're missing out on an opportunity to grow an entirely new workforce that specializes in clinical trial protocols. And so it's been really wonderful. One of the companies that is headquartered actually in my district that's going to testify that brought us the idea and has been working, as we've been working with the Tech Council and with the Chamber of Commerce, is we think we also could create a whole new sort of workforce development system here to train the next generation of clinical trial workers and folks who specialize in this protocol that could not only serve to grow the industry here in Maryland, but create an entirely new source of investment and academic excellence for really the nation. So under current law, physicians are currently restricted from holding any sort of substantial ownership interest in pharmacies, which again, when you're thinking about the context of a retail pharmacy that dispenses all sorts of substances, some of which are controlled and all things under the sun, that makes complete and total sense. And that serves a really vital public health interest, again, in that retail pharmacy context. We don't want physicians having an interest in any sort of perverse incentives in prescribing medication unnecessarily or in excessive quantities, or more expensive brand drugs than may be designed for or otherwise allowed to profit from any of their motives. And again, that is very well founded when you're talking about the retail pharmacy context. In the context of a clinical trial, which is heavily regulated by the FDA and the federal government, you already have very strong existing safeguards. And as we drafted this bill, and I want to give credit to the bill drafter, Nathan McCurdy, who worked with us really long and hard on this, on the Finance Committee side, and our partner, Senator Feldman, we recognize that critical distinction. And so in the bill, you will see that as we carve out and create this very limited new license, we also make sure that there are guardrails in there. And those include excessive, it only permits the pharmacy to exclusively compound, dispense, or distribute prescription drugs that are part of the scientific research, dispense pharmaceuticals solely associated to the research being conducted and consistent with those protocols, and they are not open to the general public for retail pharmaceutical services and are strictly limited to the dispensing needs of the clinical trial participants. So what that means is you have an institutional review board protocol that is, again, heavily regulated by the FDA and the federal government, and none of this would supersede that. So in addition to the guardrails that we create in this bill, and we've been in really robust conversations with the Board of Pharmacists, you are also incredibly heavily regulated by the federal government. So if you were to, in any way, shape, or form, think I can make money off of dispensing X, Y, or Z, the financial loss that you would suffer by having the FDA or federal authorities come down on you and essentially eliminate your ability to function as a company would more than outweigh any kind of benefits of, again, what we would think of in a retail pharmacy context of the perverse incentives that might push a physician or a pharmacist to dispense different types of medication. Again, this physician in a clinical research pharmacy could not write prescriptions for personal profit. They could not steer patients towards expensive medications. They could not operate a retail business because the pharmacy, again, in this context, would be prohibited from serving the general public and would not be able to generate any revenue from ordinary prescribing practices that you would think of because, again, this facility in particular as carved out, as created in this new licensure, would only be limited to the clinical trial protocol that, as the investigator, the physician or the pharmacist in charge would be responsible for. The last thing that I wanted to touch on is really, again, sort of the opposition testimony. There is a letter from the Board of Pharmacists. Senator Feldman and I had a really positive, robust conversation with staff from the Board of Pharmacists. We've been talking with them really through since December, since we had a draft of the bill, and we had a really positive conversation with them on Monday, where we talked through, again, a lot of the federal protocols and federal statute that governs the way that clinical trials are managed and conducted. I think some of that was a little bit of new information to some members of the board. So we're working with them, and we think we have some ideas on amendments that will satisfy some of their concerns. The other point that I wanted to address is there is a letter of information from the Board of Physicians around one of the provisions of the bills that addresses the corporate practice of medicine. And again, you are currently limited from a physician or a non-physician owning essentially a medical practice in the state of Maryland, owning a financial interest. That is something that Virginia does not have. So Virginia, again, we often talk about our neighbor to the south, for better or for worse. They are kind of eating our lunch when it comes to investments in the clinical trial space. And again, we're pumping millions of dollars, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars into growing our bio industry here in the state, between the state and local governments. We want to continue to grow. This bill doesn't have a fiscal note. It allows a new regulatory framework that would encourage these companies to come here. The important point about the practice of medicine, and we're also engaging in conversations with the Board of Physicians. They sent us an amendment this morning. We're going to be working with them going forward, and obviously with the committee as well. The thing that's really clear is, in most definitions, clinical trial medicine is not considered the practice of medicine. And I can just really quickly share, the definition of a physician is somebody who diagnoses, treats, or prescribes using online service sites, or is engaging in the practice of medicine, and must possess the appropriate license in all jurisdictions where their patients receive care. When you look at clinical trials, that is not what physicians are doing, right? They are following a protocol that is set out by the company that is doing the trial, and these clinical trial companies are essentially putting that protocol into motion. They are working with, sharing their expertise. And there's already provisions in telemedicine on clinical trials that basically says, we understand that you are not practicing medicine, right? You are bringing your expertise to the clinical trial folks, but you are not actually practicing medicine. So again, they offered some amendments that we saw this morning. We think we can figure this out. Our hope is we want to remain competitive with Virginia. We want to grow the industry here. The other point is we did share this language with MedChi, and we had a really positive conversation with them. They did not raise the concern that the Board of Physicians raised. So we think, again, this is about being able to, grow the economy here. We're not trying to usurp any longstanding practices. We're not trying to do, again, this bill was designed with really strong guardrails in place. But again, we think this will not only grow the industry here in Maryland, but will grow the industry for pharmacists as well, which is a huge positive for our state institutions. So sorry to talk for a while. This is a little bit of a complicated bill on its face, but we think its benefits could be really profound to the state. So with that, I would ask for a favorable report, and we'll turn it over to our panelists.
Okay. Questions? Good afternoon. My name is Alan Freeman. I'm the general counsel of a rare disease clinical trial company based in Montgomery County. By permitting expanded physician ownership of clinical research pharmacies, and by clarifying that clinical trial sites need not be owned by physicians, this bill would remove unnecessary barriers to clinical trial site development, spurring economic growth and expanded access to clinical trials while maintaining robust participant protections and safeguards against fraud and abuse. Current law wisely limits ownership of retail pharmacies in order to prevent physicians from profiting inappropriately from their prescribing practices, but that concern does not apply in the clinical research context, where physician investigators do not prescribe drugs, and their discretion over trial activities, such as enrollment, dosing, and dispensing, is strictly limited by layers of federal oversight designed to protect participants. Before a trial enrolls a single participant, An institutional review board must evaluate the study protocol, informed consent documents, investigator qualifications, facilities, and potential risks to participants. The IRB must determine whether the protocol and site employ guardrails to protect against conflicts of interest, whether arising with the investigator, the pharmacy, the owner of the site, it does not matter. And these reviews continue during the trial. This rigid structure of clinical trial protocols means that a physician owner's financial interest could not meaningfully influence study conduct. In fact, the overwhelming incentive is to ensure strict compliance with the protocol because any deviation could result in disqualification of the investigator, rejection of the study data, and significant personal liability, consequences that far outweigh any theoretical short-term financial benefit from a deliberate deviation. This bill would retain the pharmacy board's jurisdiction and also clarify that non-physician owners are allowed, but must be segregated from any decision-making related to trial execution. The bill would strengthen our clinical research infrastructure, create high-quality jobs, and improve access to cutting-edge treatments for citizens across the state of Maryland, all without compromising safety.
Good afternoon. For the record, Andrew Zirkle here on behalf of the Maryland Tech Council. I'd like to thank the chair and the committee for the opportunity to testify here in strong support of House Bill 1426. HB 1426 authorizes the Maryland Board of Pharmacy to issue a clinical research pharmacy permit when a pharmacy exclusively dispenses or distributes drugs as a part of a scientific research clinical trial. The Tech Council supports this bill because it has the potential to further enhance Maryland's already strong life sciences research and development ecosystem. Clinical research facilities are already key components of the life sciences ecosystem. Our member companies in the life science sector are already conducting groundbreaking research and studies on new drugs and treatments. This bill establishes a streamlined pathway for additional clinical research conducted by the private sector, which we believe will greatly increase the volume of industry-led clinical trials that are based here in Maryland. Supporting this industry has the potential to generate enormous economic impact in the state. Alongside of this, clinical research pharmacies also support high-level job opportunities. This activity requires licensed pharmacists, research coordinators, technicians, and regulatory compliance personnel. These are high-skill, high-wage jobs that benefit Maryland's workforce and tax base and will support growth in life sciences employment here in the state. Easier establishment and operation of clinical research pharmacies and trials make Maryland a more attractive place for companies to conduct research. As clinical trials are a key step in developing new therapies, success can lead follow-on investment and new startup spin-outs or licensing deals. The Maryland Tech Council consistently urges policymakers to support policies that make Maryland more competitive in our region and across the country. We are aware that several other states have a framework for this type of activity in place and do not bar clinical research pharmacies of the type that are contemplated by this bill, putting Maryland at a competitive disadvantage. Rather than ceding clinical research activity to our competitors, we must level the playing field. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 1426. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to open it up to the members for questions. Vice Chair Cullison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know why I'm not absorbing this, so help me out. This is a specialized pharmacy that only does clinical trials. Is that right? And could they be working for more than one entity that is doing clinical trial work? So Johns Hopkins, University of Maryland could be going to the same clinical pharmacy for their services. Am I
Relevant to the
right?
one answer, I'm going to defer to Alan on that.
Okay.
What's contemplated is a single site that encompasses both trial execution and the pharmacy. We don't contemplate this particular pharmacy serving multiple clinical research sites, but there's no reason that could not be the case. I think the policy considerations would be consistent.
So you're, Madam Chair, so you're envisioning a facility where the actual clinical trial is happening, and they would also have a pharmacist on site who would be working with the facility on that trial?
Yes, if I can use my own company as an example, perhaps it's illustrative in a helpful way. We design and execute clinical trials. What that means is when a participant comes to our location to get infused, and it's worth pointing out, we have participants that fly to our site from all over the world, so they're bringing a lot of dollars into the state because they have to stay in a hotel for weeks on end. They eat at our restaurants, but they come to our site to be, in some cases, infused with the investigational product. That requires an on-site pharmacy capability. You need a pharmacist there on-site who is licensed and experienced in the handling and dispensing of these investigational products. If we were to be required to outsource that function, it would dramatically increase the cost of doing business, and it could also decrease our efficiency if the pharmacy were not on site. All of that's very important because what we have noticed over a period of years is that the time to successful completion of a clinical trial has gotten longer and longer. And the consequence of that is expense. Drugs get more expensive, and we're trying to find a way for Maryland to participate in getting these good drugs to patients faster and ideally at a lower cost. And so we're looking for efficiencies in clinical trial site execution. One way to make clinical trials more efficient is through this single site model where both pharmacy and execution are integrated.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for the bill. You presented it as we want to allow physicians to be able to have ownership interest. So I'm confused about if that's the goal, why it's just not a bill that says that physicians may have ownership interest in research pharmacies. We have research pharmacies in the state already that are privately owned, Paraxel, yours, Blue Door. So what the bill seems to be doing in the alarms that you referenced from the Board of Physicians and the Board of Pharmacy don't seem to align with the language. So is this about ownership or is this about something else?
Well, it is about ownership. So there are really two pieces to this particular puzzle. One piece is ownership of the pharmacy. And current law prohibits substantial ownership of a pharmacy by a physician. And I believe it's board regulation that has defined substantial ownership as 10%.
Right.
And so one thing this bill would do is allow physician ownership greater than 10% because we want to encourage that. We believe the people who are most likely to be interested in innovating clinical trial site development in Maryland are physicians, people who have experience with the disease states at issue. So we want to open the door for them to be able to hold more than a 10% interest in order to encourage that kind of entrepreneurial spirit in Maryland. At the other end of the spectrum, we are aware of concerns or questions about whether non-physicians can own a clinical trial site, and as distinct from the pharmacy itself. And one thing we know from personal experience is that the capital investment requirements to actually build one of these sites are substantial. And so we're concerned that if the non-physician investment community views Maryland law as ambiguous as to whether or not a non-physician could be an equity investor in a clinical trial site, we hope to clarify through this bill that because these sites are only doing clinical trial work, they are not treating patients in anything approaching the traditional sense, that non-physician ownership is permitted. So it's kind of two different sides of that same coin. So it's an ownership bill, but it's addressing two different ownership issues.
I'll just add just sort of the
Let
practicality.
me ask you, did you have anything to add?
Thank you. I was going to say I violated the rule. Apologies on that.
May I
Thank
have
you.
a follow-up?
Thank you, Delegate. Procedurally, so we've been having conversations with the Board of Pharmacy since December, and again, I think they've moved in a positive direction, and the conversation that we had on Monday about federal protocols, I think, put them at least their staff at ease a little bit. We haven't been talking directly to the board. We've been talking to the staff, and we're working with them on some amendments. We haven't had a conversation. We just got the Board of Physicians letter at the end of last week, and we hadn't had a chance to meet with them. They did send some amendment language to Senator Feldman and I this morning. So I think we have some ideas. We've been talking about some ideas to address some of their concerns. So I think we will get to a good place with them. I just wanted you to know that we're continuing to have those conversations. We just hadn't had a chance to talk to the Board of Physicians first. But we did share this with MedChi as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I think we're just trying to drill down on sort of your opening gambit that this was going to attract these providers of clinical trials to the state of Maryland. And I think, I don't know, I don't want to speak on behalf of the rest of the committee, but I'm still trying to understand that nexus. Because I know that you spoke a little bit about the economic drivers of people coming to Maryland to participate in the clinical trials. I don't think that's necessarily the thing we want to factor in. But when you're talking about developing a workforce that is doing this work, can you just articulate the nexus that you're seeing with this bill? Yeah,
so, and cognizant of multiple responses, Alan is much more of an expert on this than I am in some respects, many respects. Companies see the regulatory framework that we have here, and because it's so confusing, and so while Uncommon Cures is here, they're really the only company that sort of does this work, and we got to know them. They're headquartered in Friendship Heights on our side of Wisconsin Avenue. Their clinical trial site is on the other side. And they are technically able to operate and do business here, but every time there's a change, they have to go back through, like if a staff person leaves, they have to go back through a very arduous process with the board to ensure that the new person can be licensed. So when companies look and see, and I had this frank conversation actually with their CEO, who is a world-renowned researcher, serves on multiple FDA review boards, actually moved here from Vanderbilt. He did tell me the only reason he agreed to settle in Maryland as opposed to Virginia was because so he's the CEO, the president is from Kensington, and they met when they were researchers at Children's, but he's like, in all honesty, and he said this to me point blank when I visited, I guess a year and a half ago originally, I would have preferred to be in Virginia, but I gave in because my partner is in Kensington, is a lifelong Kensington resident, grew up in Maryland. And so the hope is that if we make a easier to use but safeguarded framework, we can attract the companies because we already have the bio and the pharmaceutical industries. And then if you bring the clinical trial industry, there is a shortage, and Alan may be able to talk more about this, of licensed and properly educated folks in all of pharma and bio on how to conduct clinical trials. And so if we have the companies here, we will then need the workforce. So I think it creates a wonderful opportunity for us through universities at Shady Grove, through University of Maryland, Baltimore, through our community college system to train and give folks the tools to then work in that clinical trial industry.
Thank you. That is very helpful. And Alan, I don't know if there was anything additional you wanted to add to that, but that definitely helps draw that line of demarcation a little bit.
Well, certainly my job would be a lot easier if we were in Virginia, but I'm lifelong Montgomery County. That wasn't going to happen for me, but I don't think that's a good economic development strategy. There is no question. What I will add very briefly is we get lots of interest from pharmaceutical companies in doing clinical trials in Maryland because they perceive our physical proximity to FDA as being a significant asset. Whether they are right or wrong about that really doesn't matter. Yeah, I hope it does. They perceive it as a great asset. And so I think there is a significant economic development opportunity here if we lean into that proximity and remove some of these threshold barriers that I do believe discourage outside investment in clinical trial site development in Maryland. We have the drug companies, we have proximity to FDA, we have all the features you would want for a clinical trial site. 3 terrific airports within close range is very important. This is the one piece that we don't currently have in Maryland.
Thank you, that is very helpful. I did see Delegate Hill, you wanted a second bite at the apple?
I'd like a little nibble, please.
Just a
Thank
little
you.
nibble, all
Just a
right.
little nibble. So the language here, is this completely copied off of what they have in Virginia, or is this different from what their statute says in Virginia?
It's different, with the caveat that I'm a proud Maryland lawyer and not admitted to practice in Virginia. My read of their statute is that what it allows is non-physician ownership of a pharmacy, but the pharmacist in charge must hold the permit. So it draws a distinction in that sense between the functions, and it makes clear that the pharmacist's authority and discretion cannot be abridged by the owner. That's how their statute is written. We could debate whether there's a better way to approach it, but that in essence is what it does, is it allows non-physician ownership, but makes clear that the pharmacist is ultimately not only responsible for what goes on in the pharmacy, but has unfettered discretion and authority to act within the pharmacy function.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you for continuing those discussions. This does actually conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1426. We're now going to go to House Bill 1384. This is Maryland Medical Assistance Program State Pharmacy Benefits Manager Delegate Kipke. If you want to go ahead and approach the
Thank you.
table and bring your panel, and you can get started with your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee. House Bill, I'm Delegate Nick Kipke, and my last year in the Health Committee wouldn't be right without at least one PBM bill. House Bill 1384 seeks to change one major aspect to the way that the state of Maryland administers pharmacy. Currently, all the MCOs basically do their own thing in the way that people on Medicaid access their prescriptions and treatments. What this would do is consolidate it all into one entity contracted through the state of Maryland. This, in my opinion, does a number of wonderful things for our small, beleaguered family pharmacies that we all know are overburdened. It reduces the amount of work that they have to deal with instead of dealing with a litany of different MCOs, different contracts, different rules, different audits, and all the things that take up their time and money. They would have a consistent one-stop shop for pharmacy as it relates to Medicaid. So this would provide savings and efficiencies. For the state of Maryland, it would do an incredible thing in that it would bundle all of that buy that the state of Maryland buys in the way of treatments and prescriptions into one big bucket, creating an enormous amount of leverage as it relates to cost savings. And many other things as well. I'll let you know that the state of Virginia studied this and implemented this. While the fiscal note says initially it costs a little money to set this up, the potential savings, well, the cost, between $6 and $9 million, but the potential savings each year thereafter ranges from $10 to $22 million. So I know that this is something that really needs to be explored. I believe it would create a better environment for delivering pharmacy in our communities. It would save taxpayers money and improve the way that we administer Medicaid. Thank you.
And Michael Patty here today on behalf of the independent pharmacy owners in Maryland in support. And we want to continue to thank Delegate Kipke for advocating on our behalf. Like you said, the bill was pretty straightforward. To give you an idea of what Virginia did, they passed the bill. It was introduced one session, passed that same session, and then they spent the next couple of months working on a report. That report was 122 pages. I read through it. It's very interesting of how they can save costs and the level of detail, both in how Virginia would have to change their current operations. And this report also highlighted other states that are doing similar things and to see the cost savings there. And Maryland have very similar size Medicaid populations, about 1.5 million in Maryland and in Virginia. There's 5 MCOs in Virginia and 9 in Maryland. Virginia highlighted that their Medicaid department would need to hire 7 to 8 people, 7 to 8. That's it. That didn't seem like a huge lift for them down there. Delegate Kipke highlighted the startup cost and then the ongoing savings. We certainly see that as a benefit. So we would just ask that, this concept get further considered. The bill did highlight Ohio and Mississippi and Louisiana as all doing something similar. And I think that's certainly the space that independent pharmacy owners want to see Maryland move into. I would say that typically competition is good, but in this space, it's been just a drive to the bottom. We've talked about reimbursement rates time and time again. That's an issue that needs to be considered as we think about this. But we just ask that, people think differently and go from there. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1384.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to open it up for questions from the members. Are there any questions from the, Vice Chair Cullison?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing us this bill. I think this is for Mr. Patty. Earlier this week, we heard about the need to upgrade our technological systems. Are you aware of any systems that include this sort of single pharmacy aspect to it as part of that technology?
Yeah, the report, when they highlighted other states, I don't have those names of those entities, but the 122-page report spent multiple pages on every other state that does something similar and highlighted who those states partnered with and the savings that the state was able to get and how the pharmacies responded based on partnering with those technology entities that I don't believe are currently in the Medicaid PBM space in Maryland today.
And so this was all part of the MMI system in those states?
Specific to moving into this single PBM, yes.
Great, thank you.
Delegate Kaufman.
Yes, I'm asking this question because I need to understand more about what Mr. Thank you for the promotion, but the vice chair is amazing, so. I'm asking this question because I need to understand what Mr. Patty was saying. Can you talk more about the consequences of having 9, where you said it's a drive to the bottom, and can you drill down a little bit more on the specific consequences for patients and providers?
Sure. I wasn't trying to turn this into a reimbursement hearing, but we've heard, this committee's heard time and time again that MCOs and their PBM partners reimburse independent pharmacies different than non-independent pharmacies, and it's usually pennies. I think we hear some cases as reimbursement as low as 60 cents per prescription when Medicaid fee-for-service pays over $10, and then there's different numbers used in the commercial market. So we've just continued to highlight that independent pharmacy owners are one of the last small business owner in the healthcare space as it becomes more vertically integrated, and their primary way to drive revenue is to dispense drugs. Obviously, they have other opportunities, and this committee certainly focused on expanding their ability to do other things. But at its core, you go to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription. That prescription should be, fairly reimbursed based on the pharmacist's time and material cost. And we think that moving into this model, a lot of the complaints we hear in independent pharmacy field is that every PBM is a little bit different. Every MCO has a different contract, different amendments. It's just amendment after amendment to a contract around the clock. So we think with moving into a single PBM, it'll be a much more manageable administrative lift for an independent pharmacy owner that is typically one individual that runs their own pharmacy, since as opposed to a commercial pharmacy.
Thank you very much.
Clear.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pat.
Delegate White Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for this bill. I would like to go back to Madam Vice Chair's line of questioning and thinking about how long did it take a state like Virginia, how long have they been implementing this, and how long did it take for their state to essentially recoup the savings after establishing their initial infrastructure?
Sure. So Virginia passed the bill at the end of their 2025 session. They commissioned a report that was submitted to their legislature in December 1st of 2025. Their program in Virginia is not yet implemented, but the report does highlight a 18-month runway between issuing an RFP in January of 2026, getting that proposal back, awarding that contract, and then I guess their next fiscal year, June of 2027, to have that implemented. So Virginia felt, and the company, the group that did the report felt that 18-month runway was certainly feasible. I don't have the other 120 pages of the report that highlight other states that have moved in this direction, but I would certainly say they're all within that same 18 months to 2-year window.
Thank you.
Delegate Hill, followed by Delegate Johnson.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the bill. And I don't know if Mr. Patty should answer, or maybe you can. Can you just help us understand, for the record, that when we take on this model, and all the MCOs have to come through the state plan, how do they make their profit, and how does the state benefits manager make profit if they're doing pass-through instead of the spread sharing? So where can we make sure that nobody's choking and dying, that they make a reasonable profit, but it's not excessive and it's not at the cost of the consumers or the state?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to keep referring to Virginia because they did such a comprehensive report, and I think these numbers are very valid. They highlighted that just separate and apart from, I think, the savings in spread, the amount of money that MCOs pay PBMs and administrative fees, I would think there would be significant savings. The Virginia report highlighted that there could be upwards of $31 million saved moving into a single PBM system that MCOs pay for PBM services. Not every MCO is owned or a partner with necessarily a PBM. They're just contracting entities. So having an MCO contract with the state, I think the state would have a lot more leverage in sending up terms that are beneficial for the state, the patient, the pharmacy, and then certainly, recognizing the MCO as well.
So if I can clarify? Thank you. So those savings, the 31 million, some part of that goes to each of those groups you said. Patients see some savings, MCOs see some savings, and so they're still making profit. The state sees significant savings, which is good for all our taxpayers. And the PBM that agrees to the contract to be the state, their margins are not so small that they can't do this, right?
I'm going to speculate that I think that moving into this model based on other states in the last couple of years, there's a benefit to everybody in the chain.
Thank you.
Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the question's for Mr. Patty. Do you know if in that report there was any feedback from pharmacies on concerns about delays in processing claims with one PBM, and were the PBMs allowed to buy their own pharmacies?
To the first part, pharmacies were involved in this report, giving feedback as it really tailored around reimbursement and just the administrative lift with dealing with a number of different PBMs with different sets of rules. As to your second question, I'd have to go back and double check to see if there was any issue with PBMs moving into the pharmacy ownership space.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony and for this bill. We do have a favorable, Aaliyah Horton. You want to come to the table and give your testimony, and then we have one unfavorable panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaliyah Horton. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Pharmacists Association. And I do want to preface my comments by saying that we are a professional society, not a trade association, so I'm really speaking from the perspective of representing individual pharmacists. I do also want to thank Delegate Kipke for all of his work on PBM reform. We've been in the trenches for a long time on these topics. MPHA is in support of House Bill 1384, and really because we need to do something, and we need to continue to keep the conversation going about how pharmacy benefits are managed within the Medicaid space. 50% of pharmacists work in community pharmacies, and we want to make sure that they have a place to work. We've talked a lot in the committee, or I've been talking a lot over the last day or two about the opportunities for pharmacists to extend and expand services to patients. And we need to make sure that we have the spaces and the pharmacies there to do that work. As we're talking about changes in PBM reform, I do want to remind the committee that several years ago we talked about and raised concerns about spread pricing by PBMs. The state made some changes to eliminate spread pricing and how they contracted and saved, I believe it was about $72 million. We, in hindsight, did not make recommendations that some of those funds should go to community pharmacies. We should have. And so when we think about these changes, we want to make sure that the savings that are happening are also reflected in the reimbursement rates that pharmacies are getting in that space. And I'll leave it at that. So thank you very much. And again, we move a favorable report on House Bill 1384.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me open it up for questions, starting with Delegate Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that was really the question that I had. I mean, what's an easy way to define spread pricing? I mean,
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, what's an easy way to try to understand spread pricing?
Well, oh gosh, I don't know that there's an easy way, but what I will say is the state.
A medium.
This is my understanding over the past couple of years. A few years ago, the state determined that they would only do contracting with PBMs where there was an administrative fee and removed that spread pricing. And again, saved approximately $72 million. So that is my understanding that that part has been addressed. There's still savings that could be made with the payers, I believe. There's an opportunity for patients to save, but the whole system needs to be restructured. I think this is one opportunity to do that. We are in a work group that hopefully will have some good results that will come from that with the MIA and the Department of Health and the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I'll be honest, my confidence is not very high on that, but we are working towards it. So I can't really answer that question. We're trying to figure that out. This is one way Virginia has looked at it. Other states, West Virginia has moved away, I want to make sure I say this correctly, has, I'm trying to get the right term, and maybe Delegate Kipke can answer this question, but they've gone to their own system where they're managing the pharmacy benefits themselves and remove PBMs from the process.
Can I just try to understand a little bit, follow up? No?
Can you follow up offline, because spread pricing has already been addressed? So why don't we take it as an offline conversation?
Okay.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you. And I don't know if you're the right person I should be asking this of, but I didn't get a chance with the previous panel to note that the Department of Health really thinks that this is not likely to work here in Maryland the way it's worked other places. And they note two things that you may be able to come. You've already talked about the elimination of spread pricing with our 2021 legislation. They say, to the extent the bill is intended to align the MCO dispensing fee with the fee-for-service dispensing fee, it would cost $94 million per year for the state, and the department eliminated spread pricing in 2021. Therefore, no savings will be achieved because the MCOs also have to contract so that there's no spread pricing. Can you address whether those are things that your members see or not?
On the second part, I'll push back on the number because last year it was 78 million and you're saying it's jumped to 94 million this year.
Yeah, they say 47 million general funds and 47 million FF.
That's jumped significantly since last year. And so I don't think that there's clarity on how they're coming up with those numbers. There was a report that was done by the department that was given to this committee, I believe it was 2 years ago, and all the numbers are there. And members of our community and some of the independent pharmacists are here, they can probably speak better to it. But there were questions about how those calculations have been made and what drugs are included in there and what aren't, and whether some of the numbers that were included, community pharmacies can't even dispense those drugs. And so we need clarity on how the numbers are coming up, how they're coming up with the numbers, so that we can have a real conversation of what the impact will be on the budget.
Thank you.
Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Horton, I'm going to ask you the same question if you know. Do you know if this bill would allow the single PBMs to own their own pharmacies?
You would need to change the bill to do that.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. We do have one unfavorable panel. I have Joseph Nguyen and Michael Johansson. You want to come to the table and give your testimony?
See, Mike. Madam Chair, would you like me to start? Thank you. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. Nice to see you all again. For the record, my name is Joe Nguyen. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland MCO Association. The MCO Association represents all 9 MCOs that arrange the financing for nearly 1.3 million Maryland residents relying on Medicaid. So House Bill 1384 would effectively remove a core function for the MCOs. Pharmaceutical costs, as the committee knows, are one of the largest drivers of healthcare inflation, outstripping regular medical inflation year over year. Currently, the MCOs all have their own arrangements with PBMs and rely on them as valuable partners. The single state PBM would significantly remove flexibility and innovation and constrain the MCO's ability to tailor their pharmacy benefits the way they choose to. In addition, concentrating pharmacy purchasing and management into a single entity introduces a single point of failure risk and reduces the competitive pressures that currently exist amongst the PBMs and MCOs. The Health Choice Program has, as you all know, continuously operated as a demonstration for nearly 30 years successfully. Part of that is the quality, access, and cost components of Health Choice. Removing the pharmacy benefit from the integrated managed care model weakens the accountability structure and moves the program closer to a fragmented model, which we've noticed has historically been difficult to manage and with higher unmanaged and unpredictable costs. I've included additional comments in my written testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry I'm late. So Mike Johansson on behalf of Maryland Physicians Care, MCO. We are one of the state's 9 managed care organizations. I've actually been pretty familiar with the PBM arrangements for a number of reasons, but even inside Maryland Physicians Care. And recently, we held a competitive bidding process to select or consider selecting a new PBM. And we had learned over the last few years that we wanted to bring some services in-house, meaning instead of having the PBM pay claims and do the provider network and do things like prior authorization, we wanted to bring that activity in-house so that our existing medical review team could review the medical determinations related to somatic care, as well as the prescription care and medicine and prior authorization. And my concern about the single PBM would be we would lose the flexibility to engage in that type of, unique arrangement with the contracted PBM. I can't understand how it would work other than the PBM would do it one way for all 9 entities. And as an organization, our medical staff would lose the ability to have those unique arrangements. So for that reason, we'd be very concerned if the program were to change.
I'm going to go ahead and open it up to questions from the members, starting with Delegate Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Mr. Nguyen, there are 9 MCOs. Can you tell us, of the 9, how many have vertical integration with their PBM so that the decision about what PBM to use might be more influenced by the corporate structure than by the best savings?
Well, good question, Delegate Hill, thank you. I don't know that that's what drives the decision-making necessarily, but off the top of my head, I think it's 4 of the 9.
Okay, thank you.
I have to validate that, though, and that's just off the top of my head, so
All right,
I could
thank
be
you.
wrong. I will
The
absolutely.
committee know?
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your testimony. This does conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1384. Do we have Delegate Kerr or someone from Delegate Kerr's office? Okay. So we're going to go to House Bill 1470, which is Medical Assistance Programs, Drug Dispensing, Cost of Dispensing Survey, and Fee for Service, Professional Dispensing Fee. Vice Chair Cullison, if you want to approach the table, and you can go ahead and bring your panel. Do you want to do both bills back to back? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And you can go ahead and bring your panel for the first bill and start your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you House Bill 1470, Medical Assistance Programs, Drug Dispensing, Cost of Dispensing Survey. This is one of those bills, for the record, I am Bonnie Cullison, representing District 19. This is one of those bills where we're striving to keep that small business of independent pharmacies sustained in our state. And it's not doing anything for them right away, but what it's doing is asking for more recent information around what the cost would be should we sort of change our model of reimbursement for them. It seeks to ensure that pharmacists are fairly compensated for the services they provide. It does this by mandating, for now, the Department of Health to conduct an in-state dispensing survey in 2026 and regularly conduct those surveys every 3 years going forward. I believe the last survey we had was 2020, so 6 years ago. The bill goes a little further to ensure that the dispensing fee accurately reflects the underlying data, that the fee-for-service dispensing fee is updated to reflect the most recent survey within 6 months after each survey. Maryland, as I said, actually has not done a survey to determine Medicaid's fee-for-service dispensing fee since 2018. And that was implemented in 2021. It has not been updated since then. The current fee-for-service dispensing fee has not kept pace with inflation, labor costs, technology requirements, or regulatory obligations that are placed on these pharmacies. It's especially true since the most recent survey was conducted pre-COVID. Lots of things have changed since 2020, as you know. Independent cost of dispensing studies consistently show that the actual cost of dispensing a prescription is significantly higher than Maryland's current reimbursement structure. Maryland pharmacists need an accurate reflection of the cost in the fee-for-service dispensing model to help ensure they're appropriately reimbursed, and this can sustain their businesses, and thus can sustain their businesses. The data is essential that policymakers in both the legislative and executive branch to make effective reimbursement decisions. Unlike bills in previous years, it does not alter any current law in any way that ties MCO reimbursement to the fee-for-service. Colorado has a similar mandate for an annual survey, but we believe every 3 years it accomplishes the goal with less administrative burden to the department. Similar bills have been proposed in several states. It's consistent with Maryland policies that ensure that our workforce, including essential healthcare workers, compensation accurately reflects real-world costs. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I respectfully request a favorable report. Who'd like to go first? You want Steve?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Steve Weiner. I own 2 pharmacies in Baltimore City, and I'm representing Epic Pharmacies in support of House Bill 1470. Delegate Colson did a great job of summarizing. Just want to hit a few high points. Number one, I want to repeat, this does not affect any MCO reimbursement whatsoever. The CMS mandates that under the fee-for-service part of Medicaid, that Medicaid reimburse for outpatient drugs based on an actual cost and an actual survey of what it costs to dispense those medications. That's mandated by CMS. So there's nothing new, no changes to reimbursement. That's Medicaid in Maryland has analyzed this process twice. When it started in 2016, and then they did it in 2018. And after 2018, they took 3 years to bump it up 20 cents. We just want a fair shake, okay? It's been quite a while. Tell me one thing that hasn't gone up since COVID. One thing. The minimum wage has doubled. I try and pay my staff way more than minimum wage, and I hope to keep to do that, but I need the state to be fair with me. So we're not asking for a change in reimbursement. We're just asking for timely updates. And we're not talking about yearly. Every 3 years is not unreasonable. And then when you do that study, you know, don't take 3 years to implement it. These are not unreasonable asks. And the last thing I'd say, fee-for-service is a very small part of the Medicaid spend. Most of it is MCO. Thank you, and again, I urge a favorable opinion. And questions when everyone's done. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Caitlin McDonough on behalf of Epic Pharmacies here in support of House Bill 1470. I'll take the opportunity to thank Delegate Cullison for sponsoring this bill and for all her work in this space, and I'll add my thanks to Delegate Kipke as well for his work in this space and the full committee. Both the sponsor and Steve, I think, did a good job explaining this pretty simple bill. So we have basically it's set up to start this year and go every 3 years forward, and then we did want to tie. So this is a survey process that happens within Maryland Medicaid within the Department of Health, and then it's adopted by regulation as a fee. It's not adopted in statute, but by regulation. So we do want some kind of timing tied to the results of that survey and when those regulations are promulgated. It's 6 months in the bill. I think that's something we can probably look at with the department to make sure it's administratively feasible. But what we don't want it to be is another 3 years and we're doing the next survey and they never updated the regulations. So that's the goal of the legislation. Happy to work with the department and the committee to find that kind of right number that works for them and works to get this. But a lot of this is, in addition to updating the fee, is about having the data. You heard on some of the previous bills, you'll hear, maybe not as much this year, but you've heard in previous years a lot about PBM reform, about reimbursement specifically in the Medicaid space. It's difficult. These are difficult decisions. I don't envy you making these decisions. But when we don't have what the actual costs are, you know, whether it be acquisition, dispensing, if we don't have the underlying data and we're setting up work groups or having committees look at it, it's really hard to make accurate and effective decisions. So this is, you know, with some other efforts, a way to make sure you as policymakers have everything you need to kind of figure out the system correctly and balance it for patients, providers, and the state's costs. So thank you, and I urge a favorable report.
And Michael Patty here today again on behalf of the independent pharmacy owners in Maryland in support of this bill. I just wanted to highlight the last part of the fiscal note. Just to put it in one complete sentence, The survey was last conducted in June of 2018. The results were published in January of 2020, and then it took a full year to actually adopt those fees in regulation in January 2021. I know many of you are familiar with my previous employers. I promulgated a lot of regulations. 6 months is absolutely feasible, but if the department feels that it can't operate in that timeline, I'm sure we can certainly talk with them to figure out a more appropriate timeline. But with that, we ask for a favorable report on the bill.
Thank you. And Leah Horton, do you want to come and give your testimony? Steve, you want to speak for a second? Make room. Thank you.
Aaliyah Horton, Maryland Pharmacists Association, in favor of House Bill 1470. I will keep it simple and say ditto at this point. I think they've covered it. We just want transparency, consistency for reimbursements. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and open up for questions from the members. Delegate Hill.
Thank you very much for the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Cullison, I noted in the letter from MDH where they're saying this is going to be really expensive and hard on them, the timing that Mr. Patty testified to in terms of the last one, 2018, and it took to 21 for the 20 census Dr. Weiner expressed. So what I didn't see in there is where MDH said, and we're scheduled to do our next survey. Do you have any information from them of when the next survey is already scheduled? So maybe they've already put in those costs for hiring the people? No. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Aaliyah knows.
We were told they have no plans to do a report anytime soon.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. This does conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1470. Madam Vice Chair, I did see that Delegate Kerr came in. Would you be amenable to him jumping in and then?
Absolutely.
Because I'm
No opposition.
all right. So we're going to move to House Bill 1091. Which is Health Insurance and Dental Plan Organizations, Dentist Assignment of Benefits and Reimbursement of Non-Preferred Providers. Delegate Kurt, if you want to come to the table and bring your panel, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready. And I do see that you have one virtual witness, Charles Doring, so we'll bring your virtual witness up as well.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, this is the fifth bill I've had before this committee, so I think I claim squatters' rights at this point. So Delegate Ken Kerr, I'm here this afternoon to present House Bill 1091, Health Insurance and Dental Plan Organization, Dental Assignments of Benefits and Reimbursement of Non-Preferred Providers. So at present, dental insurance benefits are usually provided to patients on a use it or lose it basis, where the unused portion of the annual benefit, about usually between $1,000 and $2,000, do not roll over to the next year. So instead, the benefit plans reset January 1st, and any unused portions are forfeit. House Bill 1091 offers parity for dentists and their patients similar to that for physicians and their patients. The bill ensures that non-preferred dentists may seek an assignment of the amount to be paid by the patient's insurer for the dental services to be provided. HB 1091 addresses a number of current challenges to improve dental health care. Under the bill, patients will be able to assign their benefits to the dentist, resulting in prompt payments to the dentist and more timely treatment to patients. Currently, where there is no assignment of benefits, patients are required to pay the full cost of dental care before or at the time of care, which can result in a financial hardship to a patient. For example, if a patient goes in for a crown may cost $2,300. The patient's required to pay that $2,300 at the time of treatment or before treatment, to then have to wait a period of time for their dental insurer to reimburse them the covered portion. So the assignment of benefits by the patient's dentist results in straightforward access to dental care, a critical component of health care. The same assignment of benefits has been available to physicians and other providers and it should be the patient's choice to seek treatment out of network with a dentist who does not participate in their dental plan. I hope you will look favorably upon this legislation. I'd now like you to hear from my panel.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dan Doherty. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Dental Association and the Maryland Society of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons. I would first like to thank Delegate Kerr for sponsoring this bill and working with us through the mid to late fall, and the MIA for being great assistance in making sure that the language is drafted in a fashion that is consistent with the rest of the insurance code. Delegate Kerr has given you a good outline of what the bill does. Let me talk a little bit about what the law requires the dentist to do in order to get the assignment of benefits. They have to give a statement to the enrollee that the dentist is not a preferred provider. They are not a member of the insurance panel or the insurer's panel. They also have to tell them they may charge for the full uncovered services. They may charge balance billing on the services that are covered but not fully meeting the charge by that particular dentist. If there is an estimate of the cost is to be provided, if there's terms of payment, they have to go through that and explain it. This is very consistent with the ethics that are required by the ADA of practicing dentists. In any term, if there's any interest, they have to explain what the interest is and the amounts. This is consistent with what physicians have been dealing with for a number of years. It is provides disclosure. It provides that the insurer be notified. There are 3 exceptions when the insurer does not have to accept the assignment. The first is if they've already paid the patient the money. A second would be if the patient paid the money up front. And the third would be if, in fact, the patient withdrew their authorization for the assignment of benefits. We believe the bill is helpful for access to care. It lets continuity of care of a patient with their longstanding dentist, and it eliminates some financial hardships. So we would urge a favorable report on House Bill 1091.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Steve Dargan. I am a practicing dentist in Calvert County, and I'm currently the chair of the MSDA's Legislative Affairs Committee. And I also am asking for a favorable report on House Bill 1091. As has been said, this will allow the patient to designate that the dentist gets payment rather than they get the payment. When the patient does get the payment, there are possibly 3 consequences, which I'm going to defer to my colleagues to describe just for brevity. But one that I've experienced, as all my colleagues have, is that when an employer changes their plan to a network that the dentist does not participate in, a patient, because of encumbrances, has to leave the practice. And this severs a long-lasting doctor-patient relationship. Dentistry there's a lot of trust involved between the patient and the dentist, and we feel that this is a real detriment to that. For that reason, we ask for your favorable report on House Bill 1091. Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Bill Lebo, a practicing dentist in Baltimore City and Vice President of the MSDA. I speak in favor of a favorable report for House Bill 1091. Thank you. All right. In many cases, when an office is not in a signed agreement with an insurance company, the office can't get the amount covered directly from the company, even on the phone. The patient has to get that, and a lot of times there's confusion. This leaves the office no choice but to collect the payment in full at the time of service, or having the risk of not being paid at all after the funds are sent to the patient. Now, I know this sounds a bit mercenary, but unfortunately, I've been on the losing end of that several times. Another consideration is that some folks don't have the ability to pay the fee at the time of service, and that may result in them putting the appropriate treatment off, and that would make the dental situation worse. We ask that you give us a favorable report to House Bill 1091 to benefit not only the office, but more importantly, the patients, so they can receive the care they need without worrying how it's going to be paid. And with that, I would say thank you very much.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dr. Prokop. I'm a pediatric dentist here in Anne Arundel County. I've been practicing dentistry for over 30 years. In advance, I just wanted to thank everyone for their time. I've dealt with numerous insurance issues over the time that I've owned my own dental business. I'm here today to propose that you accept House Bill 1091. This bill would allow a patient to give the insurance companies the permission to have the payment checks go directly to the dental office, therefore offsetting the total cost of the patient's visit. Not only will this decrease the patient's out-of-pocket payment for the visit, but in turn, the patient will not have to pay the full amount for the visit and therefore not have to wait the allotted time it takes for the insurance to reimburse the patient for that out-of-pocket visit to the dental office. In turn, as a provider, the benefits we would see would be that a current patient can stay in the practice and continue continuity of care. The patient would not have to delay or postpone treatment because they would not have to switch dental offices or need to pay the full cost of the visit. And also, new patients coming to the practice would not be hindered in their decision due to insurance restrictions. This has been a standard practice in medicine for a while, and since dentistry is healthcare, we are just asking for the same consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Charles Doring, if you want to go ahead and unmute and you can begin your testimony.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Charles Doring. I am the president of the Maryland State Dental Association. Thank you for the opportunity to be here virtually. The panel did a great job, so I'll be very, very brief. One of my duties as president is to visit all the 13 components around the state of Maryland. So my wife Ellen and I are heading our way west to Allegheny, Garrett County to meet with the dentists out there. And when I do talk to my colleagues and their team members, particularly the front desk of the offices, one of the things that comes up is problems with dental insurance. And the two ones that come up first are assignment of benefits and then downcoding, which you'll discuss later on. So when I talk to practitioners, these issues put a wedge in the decision-making between the doctor and the patient in that relationship. So for these reasons and those outlined by the outstanding panel and Delegate Kerr, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1091. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your testimony. I'm going to open it up for questions on this bill that has no opposition and no fiscal note to the members. Are there any questions on this bill? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And this concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1091. We're going to go to House Bill 1367, which is Commission on Reimagining Healthcare in Maryland. Vice Chair Cullison, if you'd like to approach the table and bring your panel, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's me and Healthcare for All sitting at the table today. And just sit back, relax, but I hope that you will be attentive. This is pretty dense material that I'm going to be giving you. In fact, I would refer you to the 15-page written testimony, I promise not to read the whole thing, that you have in your packets. And I want to give credit to two of my interns, Nathan Jabat and Marwa Mamandani, who did the intensive research that created this document, which I believe is probably publishable. And I thank them for providing me with exactly what I asked them for. So, reimagining healthcare. And while I'm here with Stephanie today, in spirit, I am here with Speaker Pena-Melnick, Delegate Bagnell, Delegate Hill, Delegate Ruth, and Delegate Shetty, because it is this group of people who were working on this during the fall. And as we all together have been working on healthcare, we've seen the bumps and the challenges and the gaps, and we said, we need to think about things a little differently. We need to start reimagining healthcare. We need to put patients at the center of healthcare. So that's why I'm here today. This commission, establishing this commission, is our healthcare system is not struggling because we lack talent, compassion, or innovation. It's struggling, our healthcare system in Maryland is struggling because the structure is breaking under its own weight, and because there are far too many Marylanders who are paying the price in their health, their finances, and their dignity. The healthcare infrastructure of Maryland currently stands on the precipice, necessitating a fundamental evaluations, and I'm gonna say this over and over again, that's what this commission is doing. It's an investigation, it's a discovery process. There are no defined outcomes. We want to dig deeply into all of the aspects of healthcare to see what works best in Maryland. We want this evaluation to look at delivery models, financial stability, equity outcomes. It proposes the establishment of this commission. It's a long-term commission. It doesn't have 1 year. And it's tasked with envisioning a comprehensive healthcare system that is patient-centered, integrated across somatic and behavioral disciplines, is capable of evolving alongside the needs of its residents. This legislative initiative emerges as a response to a systemic failure where, despite high expenditures, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute, the state faces outcomes that often pale in comparison to other developed countries. To understand why these conversations about reform are necessary, we have to look at the scale of spending in Maryland. Total healthcare expenditures in Maryland reached $69.5 billion in 2020, translating to roughly $11,482 per resident across a population of just over 6 million people. There is not a lack of investment. That is a warning light. When a system consumes resources at that scale, we should see consistent access, consistent quality, consistent outcomes across our state. Instead, we see a system that is constantly lagging in primary care access, rural provider availability, and preventable mortality. And those are the subjects we talk about every day in these 90 days in this committee. If Maryland were evaluated as a standalone nation, its per-person spending would rival that of the most expensive healthcare systems globally. But this trend isn't unique to Maryland. It reflects a broader trend within the United States. On average, the U.S. spends about $12,555 per capita on healthcare, or 16.6% of our gross domestic product. the highest share among all other first world nations. On the other hand, the Netherlands spends around $6,729 per resident and consistently achieves better health outcomes across every metric. This trend continues across nearly every other comparable high-income country in the world. These countries not only spend significantly less on healthcare, but on average, their residents live longer, experience fewer preventable deaths, and face fewer barriers to accessing care. For patients and their families, these are not abstract statistics. They reflect the prevention of life-altering diseases and years of their lives gained back. The exact data and references for this information is in that 15-page report that you have in your folders. Contrary to popular belief, this disparity in spending in the United States cannot be attributed to higher utilization. Instead, much of the difference in spending comes from higher prices and administrative costs. Administrative spending represents one of the measurable structural differences between the United States and other systems. In a 10-country comparative study, administrative expenditures accounted for roughly 8% of the total healthcare spending in the United States. So it's 8% in the United States, with some analysis going as high as 30%, so somewhere between 8 and 30%. In other countries, it's between 1 and 3%. What this means in practice is that significant share of our health dollars never reach patients. Instead, they're spent on navigating unnecessarily complex payer systems. I think we just heard about one of them, that don't do anything to improve patient outcomes. The impetus for 1367 stems from recognizing the existing healthcare architecture is fragmented and increasingly unable to withstand modern pressures. This bill outlines a vision for a system that is financially sustainable while ensuring stronger quality and access outcomes than the current framework. This need for systemic reimagination, and I just keep wanting to stress that word because it is about looking at it through a new lens, through a new perspective that says what we're doing is broken and how can we fix it? What do we need to fix it? It's the need for this evaluation is driven by several pressures, including a historic physician shortage, escalating prescription costs, the transition here in Maryland from the total cost of care model to the AHEAD model. High deductible plans have been shown to reduce office visits for chronic conditions as patients delay care to avoid upfront costs. At the same time, Maryland currently meets only 66% of its primary care needs, placing it among the lowest performing states in practitioner density. By 2030, the United States itself is projected to face a shortage of more than 120,000 physicians. Maryland's share of that number is estimated to be about 1,000 physicians and will be compounded by the fact that more than 1/3 of the state's active physicians are nearing retirement age, but not our own, not close. Economic barriers exist. A central pillar of the system's dysfunction is the prescription drug market. Medications account for nearly 20% of all total health expenditure in Maryland's privately insured markets. The cost of insulin rose by 1,200%. 1,200% between 1996 and 2017. I think if you compounded inflation over that period of time, you still wouldn't come close to 1,200%. This fact forced about 25% of diabetics to ration their doses. the trend extends to new therapy, with the median annual cost of newly approved prescription drugs reaching approximately $400,000 in 2023. Economic barriers extend beyond pharmaceutical prices. In 2023, roughly 15% of Maryland households, more than 327,000 families, held unaffordable medical debt. This burden disproportionately affects Black households, where 21% report carrying such debt. Insurance coverage does not necessarily eliminate financial risk. In 2026, bronze plans in the individual market were projected to carry an average deductible of $9,200, while catastrophic plans may reach deductibles of $9,400. For families of 4, annual out-of-pocket maximums can approach $18,900. Maryland is currently the only state operating under a unique all-payer hospital rate system. The total cost of care model has slowed hospital spending growth and reduced readmission. So we've had some positive effect with our total cost of care model, while keeping commercial hospital rates roughly 8% below the national benchmark. However, this model is scheduled to transition to the federal AHEAD framework. Under this transition, the Medicare fee-for-service rate-setting authority will shift, as we've heard many times in this session, will shift from the state to, from the feds back to the state. This shift causes potential fiscal uncertainty, particularly in federal support, currently estimated to be about $1 billion a year. If hospitals cannot maintain financial stability while meeting the federal AHEAD savings targets, including a 6%, this is a part of the AHEAD model, 6% reduction in Medicare spending by 2032, the consequences may include service reductions, hospital closures, particularly in rural communities. Maryland hospitals already face significant financial pressure. Average hospital operating margins are about 0.7% in 2024. Labor costs increased 23% between 2019 and 2020, while net patient revenue grew by 13%. Payer denials account for roughly $1.5 billion. A reimagined healthcare system must also address the fragmentation of behavioral health services. More than 325 Maryland residents rely on the public behavioral health care system, yet workforce shortages and fragmented funding have left the system unable to meet demand. The Commission is charged with eliminating barriers for all residents, which requires addressing profound racial and geographic disparities in health outcomes. Rural residents face substantial travel burdens for care, sometimes losing an entire workday for a single appointment. In Maryland, early death rates for Black residents are 1.8 times higher than for multiracial residents, while residents of the Eastern Shore experience life expectancies up to 7 years shorter than the residents in Montgomery County. And again, we've got references for all of these studies. HB 1367 requires the examination of practitioner reimbursement levels and their relationship to workforce shortages. As of the fiscal year 2024, Maryland Medicaid reimbursement averaged roughly 87% of Medicare rates, while the University of Maryland School of Medicine plans to expand its class size to 200 students by 2031 to address physician shortages. Increasing physician supply alone will not resolve the access barriers. It must ensure that physicians can sustainably practice in underserved communities. The establishment of the Commission for Reimagining Healthcare is not a luxury. It is a clinical and economic necessity. I'm going to remind you, there is not a fiscal note on this because this bill is set up with a contingency that if we cannot get private grant funding by July of 2027, the bill becomes moot. I've already made a list of foundations I'm going to be reaching out to if this bill passes. Heard recently that the daughter of Bill Walton has established a brand-new medical, she is the richest woman in the country. I was surprised to learn she has more money than Oprah. She's just established a new medical school in Arizona whose value and mission is basically captured in this commission. So someone I definitely want to be reaching out to. Maryland's healthcare system faces mounting pressures of rising costs, workforce shortages, persistent disparities in access and outcomes. By addressing all of these things, by looking at the entirety, by looking at it comprehensively, we can move towards a system that ensures access to care for all residents, regardless of income, race, or location. The passage of this bill signals, and we in Maryland have said this all along, and I've observed it in all of my years here, our commitment to healthcare, but this signals a commitment to thoughtful, evidence-based reform that will chart the course for the next generation of healthcare. Thank you very much for your patient listening. I said it was dense, and I hope that it is registering just how significant the need is. And I'll turn the mic over to Stephanie.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm Stephanie Clapper, Deputy Director at Maryland Healthcare for All. We represent hundreds of organizations from across the state, faith, labor, business, community, and healthcare organizations, all working to achieve quality, affordable healthcare for all Marylanders. I want to especially thank Vice Chair Cullison and Speaker Pena-Melnick for sponsoring this legislation. And I want to thank your committee for your leadership in expanding access to health coverage in Maryland. We have made great progress as a state, cutting the uninsured rate in half from 13% to 6%. That expansion has resulted in savings of $460 million to the healthcare system, and your committee has been critical leaders in passing legislation that created the reinsurance program, the Young Adult Subsidy Program, the State-Based Subsidy Program, the Health Equity Resource Act, the Healthy Babies Equity Act, and so much more innovation. And we have made such great progress, and yet there is still more work to do. There are still 6% of Marylanders who remain uninsured, and recent polling by Kaiser Family Foundation found that 1 in 3 adults in the United States report that they delayed or did not get health care at all because of the cost. Racial inequities, ethnic inequities, and geographic inequities in health care continue to persist. Where you live, your zip code should not determine your life expectancy. House Bill 1367 would create a smart way to tackle these problems through the Commission on Reimagining Healthcare in Maryland, and we especially appreciate that the proposed commission would look beyond healthcare coverage to work on making sure that Marylanders are in fact healthy and improving health outcomes. And we look forward to working with the new commission to make this happen and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to open it up to the members for questions. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for bringing this bill. I'm going to jump around a little bit, Madam Vice Chair, just because one of your witnesses who is virtual needs to go now. So we're going to bring up Santi Bhagat, who is favorable with amendment. And if Santi Bhagat, if you want to unmute and give us your testimony.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Santi Bhagat. I am a physician, founder of Physician Parent Caregivers, a Maryland nonprofit with over 20 years of health policy advocacy, and the founder of Invisible Wave, a growing social movement for young invisibles, young adults aged 18 to 40 who grew up with childhood onset chronic conditions. Maryland's elected leaders have long recognized this invisible population. Senator Van Hollen and Congressman Raskin introduced a joint congressional resolution calling on the nation to act. Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, Speaker Jocelyn Pena-Melnick, Senators Cardoza and Feldman, and Delegate Wallach have all championed their inclusion in healthcare, education, and the workforce here in Maryland. That bipartisan, bicameral recognition is the foundation we must now build on. House Bill 1367 is timely and necessary. Our healthcare system was not designed for people who are managing lifelong mental and physical health conditions that began in childhood, conditions that don't resolve at age 18 when pediatric care ends. Young Invisibles need young adult health care designed for their stage in life. This will serve all young adults. As this commission takes shape, I urge the committee to ensure it includes a representative of young adults living with chronic conditions, and that Reimagining Healthcare in Maryland explicitly addresses this population's needs. They are not an edge case. 1 in 3 young adults lives with a chronic condition. I support this bill with an amendment to ensure young adults are included in a modernized healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the members for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. We do have 2 more favorable with amendment witnesses. Do we have Senia Kataria and Robin Elliott? If you want to come to the table, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Robin Elliott. I'm here today on behalf of a number of organizations that our firm represents. As you may know, we work with nurse midwives, physician assistants, public health dental issues, FQHCs, school-based health centers, all in support of this bill. We just wanted to lift up a couple of pieces of food for thought. The first is looking at perhaps some deeper representation of safety net providers on the commission in some way. I think there are 2 local health departments. We also have FQHCs, school-based health centers, and other types of behavioral health community clinics. The second thing we just wanted to raise, which you all will know very well because you sit through lots of hearings on this, but it is also about the role of other types of healthcare providers in our healthcare system, and how can we support more integration and those providers working at the top of their licenses. So bringing that perspective also to the commission might be helpful. And with that, we ask for a favorable report, and we'll happily work with the sponsor on making this go forward and really support the intention. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sana Kataria. I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 1367, that oral health be included as an amendment in the commission study. I serve on the policy committee for Maryland Dental Action Coalition. I'm trained as a dentist in India. I graduated from my master's in public health from Johns Hopkins, and I served as the president of Johns Hopkins Oral Health Society. I currently work for a local health department in Maryland. Maryland has already experienced the consequences of treating oral health as separate from overall health care. Many in the state would remember the tragic story of 12-year-old DeMonte Driver. He lost his life due to a simple tooth infection that spread to his brain and was ultimately fatal. His death led to important reforms in children's oral health care. And that reminded us that oral health is health. Mouth is considered a mirror to one's body. And dentists often see first early signs. For example, bleeding or infected gums can often be signs of uncontrolled diabetes. Sores in mouth that do not heal sometimes can be early warning signs of cancer, and oral infections worsen chronic disease. Yet, oral health is often separated from broader health system planning. As Maryland works to reimagine its health system, through the commission, we have an opportunity to ensure that oral health is not left out of this conversation. We respectfully urge to include oral health in the Commission's scope and representation so that Maryland can build an integrated and equitable health system. The loss of demoted driver changed how Maryland thinks about oral health policy, and it reminds us that oral health must always be a part of conversation when we talk about improving health and preventing disease. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I urge for a favorable report with amendment.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to our members for any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Oh, thought I heard something. This does actually conclude, make sure I'm correct, conclude the hearing on House Bill 1367. We're now going to move to House Bill 1051, which is Public Health Patient Access to Medication. And Delegate Rosenberg, would you like to do your bills back to back? Please. Okay. So Delegate Rosenberg, if you would like to approach the table, and you can bring your panel and get started when you're ready.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, to the best of my recollection, this is the first bill that I've introduced dealing with prescription and the ad aspect of our public health system. And as you all know, this is my 44th year here in Annapolis. So what prompted me to introduce this legislation? Well, a personal experience that I hope will result in a sound public policy change. I was in line, a long line, at my local pharmacy, had been told by phone or by text the day before that my prescription was ready, get to the front of the line, and my prescription was not ready. I won't repeat in this public forum what I said out loud at that point, but I did say to myself, I'm in a position to do something about this, and that's why House Bill 1051 is before you. I discussed the broad issue with, actually it was former counsel Erin Hopwood who reminded me this morning that she put me in touch with the budget analyst who would know these issues, and the result is the bill before you. What I'm suggesting, based on that 44 years of experience, is the technology is there to modernize our system of providing prescriptions to individuals. Whether it is, it's technology, it's automated systems, it's providing the care or providing the prescriptions in-house in the hospital where that makes, I would add now, fiscal sense for the hospitals, and not just the hospitals to decide, but our entire system to decide that to enhance patient care, we need to enhance access to the prescription drugs that are an essential part of that patient care. There have been several pilot programs of the Beds to Meds program, whereby the hospital makes available to you, the patient, the drugs before you leave the hospital, saving at least that first trip to the pharmacy. There are cost issues with that, and that requires, I would suggest, that should be part of a study that looks at where we want to invest public dollars to modernize this process, which is the sound way to go about doing that. Strikingly, at Sinai, only 20, when they had a state-funded pilot, only 25% of the people chose to participate. That struck me as odd because anything that would save me a trip to the pharmacy to stand in line is something that I would jump out of bed for. But that's part of the process that the study I would submit that we need to undertake. There's also automated and remote drug dispensing systems that are on the market, that are out there. How valuable are those systems in terms of the investment that would need to be made for them to become more widely available? That's also part of the study that I would submit to the committee needs to be undertaken. And then finally, at least from my standpoint, we need to broaden the definition of telehealth so that it can be adjusted and part of this process, again, to make essential health care through prescriptions more readily available to the patient who needs that prescription. For those reasons, I would urge the committee to take favorable action on this bill and on the principle that underlies it, that we need a 21st century prescription system in our state, and that the technology is there, and we need to adjust to that in the near future. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Stephanie Clapper. I am Deputy Director at Maryland Citizens Health Initiative. Our mission is quality, affordable health care for all Marylanders, and we would like to thank Delegate Rosenberg for introducing House Bill 1051, as it offers an opportunity to improve patient access to medications and modernize pharmacy care in our state. People not taking their medications is a major driver of hospital readmissions, accounting for over 1/3 of all cases and resulting in $100 billion in additional healthcare spending each year. This legislation would help Marylanders leave the hospital with their medications in hand, making it more likely that they will still stay healthy, not need to be readmitted, and save the healthcare system dollars. We have commissioned focus groups with Opinion Works in the past, and those focus groups with Maryland consumers found that being able to leave the hospital with medications in hand is very popular with Marylanders. I myself, when visiting a family member at the hospital, had to leave their bedside to go wait at the pharmacy for a long time in order to be able to make sure that they had the medications they needed when they left. And a Meds to Beds program would have been very appreciated at that time. So we hope that you will give this legislation a favorable report, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for the sponsor or this witness? Delegate Tavares.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. How do you control for human error, things like, wrong dosages or dosages that may conflict with other drugs that somebody's already taking? How do you control for those things in the dispensing process?
Well, I would think that automation reduces that risk. That using 21st century technology is likely to reduce the risk of those kind of mistakes. Just by basic knowledge.
Delegate Kaufman.
Yes. Delegate Rosenberg, great bill. I wanted to know if you had a chance to review the letter of information from the Health Department and if you have a response to it or a plan to meet with them, et cetera.
I think that I have not read it. It only came recently. I think we need, that's my suggestion to the committee, is to say to the department and all the other players, meet to address these options that are out there that would improve the provision of prescription drugs, so that and their policy and monetary decisions that need to be made, some of which would have to be approved by us. But have that discussion between now and this time next year.
Delegate Gazzoni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is a little bit in the same vein. I'm looking at the Hospital Association's letter, and they indicate that some hospitals have on-site outpatient pharmacies while others do not. So I'm just curious how that might be, if there's something that your bill addresses in that, or how you work around that. What the time
Well,
frame
it
is.
would mean that it's not theoretical for those hospitals that have the in-house pharmacy for them to participate in a discussion about, should this be made mandatory for everybody? And does it need to be subsidized? How does it fit into the rate system? And so on. Because if there are certain hospitals that are doing it, then clearly others can as well, would be my response.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's not out of the question if some are doing it and doing it successfully.
Delegate Rosenberg, just for clarity of the body, have you been in discussions with the department? You said not the Department of Health, but with the Hospital Association in terms of what the current landscape looks like, how we would work towards full implementation, and also just to clarify, based on Delegate Tavares' question, this wouldn't change per se the process of how we, do prescribing. This is the delivery and this dispensing. Is that correct?
Well, it would change the process in that the telehealth portion, but that's not a substantive change. I'm certainly willing, if the chairman wishes, to sit down with others, with those involved, and see and work with the subcommittee chair to see what's the best way to move this forward.
Well, I think there's going to be a strong suggestion, because we just wanted to get clarification on whether you were looking to establish the Meds to Beds program, or whether you were looking to study on how we could do it. Because I think the bill, as I read it, establishes the program, but perhaps you would be amenable to looking at how we could fully implement it.
Absolutely,
as intended.
absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. This does conclude this panel. We do have a favorable with amendment and an unfavorable. So if I can get Aaliyah Horton, if you can come to the table and give your testimony. Oh, I don't see Aaliyah. She might have had to go to another committee. So let me go to our unfavorable, which is Jake Whitaker. If you want to come to the table and give your testimony.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jake Whitaker on behalf of Maryland's hospitals and health systems, here in very respectful opposition to House Bill 1051. We really appreciate any effort to improve safe and timely discharges and medication access, but we do respectfully disagree with this approach. As written, this bill would create a one-size-fits-all approach for medication delivery in hospitals that doesn't really reflect the differences in hospital size, staffing, or pharmacy resources. So for example, as Delegate Gazzone mentioned, many hospitals do not have an on-campus outpatient pharmacy. That license, staff, and workflow are just kind of separate from the inpatient pharmacies that we have at every single hospital. And so hospitals already use a very rigorous discharge process, and some hospitals do already employ a Meds to Beds program. But our challenge is being able to staff them 24/7 and around the clock, and some of those challenges and costs aren't considered by the hospital global budgets that the HSCRC sets. And so as was mentioned in the letters, HSCRC does not include in its universal bedside dispensing program in hospital rates, so we just wouldn't have the budget for it. And as you know, under our global budgets, any dollar that's taken from one program is a dollar that's not going to go to another program. So despite our concerns, though, I do want to thank Delegate Rosenberg for being accessible. We met earlier today, and he really heard us out about our concerns. And I just want to say I look forward to our continuing discussion. So with that, we respectfully oppose this legislation. Thanks.
All right, I'm going to open it up to questions from the members. Delegate Johnson.
Thank you for coming to talk to us and help us with this bill. Is there anything in the law now that prohibits, I know a lot of hospitals have outpatient pharmacies, some don't, but they all have inpatient pharmacies. Is there anything in the law that prohibits an inpatient pharmacy from filling prescriptions for people to leave the hospital with?
Yeah, so they're kind of just apples and oranges. They're kind of regulated under a completely different framework under federal and state law. So it's not like they can just kind of have those people start delivering medication in the outpatient facility. It's kind of a whole different regulatory and licensing framework.
I know that that is because they operate differently right now, but under the premise of this bill, is there anything in law that would prohibit that?
There's nothing in law that prohibits it. It's more of the operational and cost challenges that would come with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no questions, because we're Equal Opportunity Committee, you can also reach out to the bill sponsor. But I was just wondering, and again, you may not have the answer to this, but the hospitals, I know that you mentioned the hospitals that currently have the Meds to Beds programs, that's not necessarily reflected in the global budget. But is that something that is eligible for community benefit funding, like reflected in the community benefits?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I don't want to speak out of turn, so let me circle back and get that information.
That would be perfect, because that might also be a path for consideration.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to more discussions. Thank you.
And let me just make one more call for Aaliyah Horton. I think she might be across the street. Thank you very much for your testimony. This does conclude the hearing on House Bill 1051. So we're going to go to House Bill 1376. This is the Maryland Medicaid Assistance Program, Maryland Children's Health Program, and health insurance transfers to special pediatric hospitals requirements. The Delegate Rosenberg, if you want to approach the table and bring your panel, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready. I think you're just making these titles to give everyone time to walk to the table. I think that's what this is.
Okay. We have a visitor. Welcome. Madam Chair and members of the committee and special guest or honorary member of the committee. The issue before us today, pediatric hospital care, this is not the first time I've brought forward a bill on this issue. We passed a bill last year that we thought had solved the problem in terms of having an infant transferred to a special pediatric hospital in a timely manner, both in terms of care and in payment for the provision of that care. But our experience since the bill became law necessitates the corrections, the revisions that this bill would make to the law that we passed last year. We need to expedite the transfer to the Children's Hospital. And we also need to provide that the determination as to the child's eligibility to go to that hospital is made in a more timely manner. I would defer to the experts and the people from those two hospitals, Kennedy Krieger and Mount Washington Pediatric, who are here today to discuss the urgency of getting what we did last year even better. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Madam Chair, my name is Dr. Scott Klein. I'm a pediatrician and CEO of Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. I request a favorable report on HB 1376. Thank you for your help last year ensuring children could access the care they need from us without unnecessary insurance delays. We're here this year to ask you to help us again by assuring that the state Medicaid program works with us so we can serve the children who truly need us. HB 1376 would require the state Medicaid program to work with us to determine whether children qualify for our care before they're admitted. Without this collaboration, the hospital takes on unsustainable financial risk. First, I'll tell you about Mount Washington. My colleague, Dr. Ajoki Akintade, will describe the complex children we treat, and our colleague, Jennifer Freeman, will talk about how state Medicaid interpretation of last year's law threatens our ability to care for the children who belong here. Maryland's families depend on the state's pediatric specialty hospitals for the care of children with complex medical conditions. This post-acute care includes advanced family-centered care and extensive caregiver training needed for safe discharge. Specialty hospitals free up ICU and general pediatric beds, providing a cost-effective option when children no longer need acute care. Given the difficulty with hospital throughput and emergency room delays, we play a key role ensuring an acute pediatric bed is available for those who desperately need one. Mount Washington treats children for complex and serious conditions, complications of premature birth, brain injury, multi-system illnesses, and trauma rehabilitation. Owned jointly by Johns Hopkins Medicine and the University of Maryland Medical System, the hospital is uniquely suited to meet the needs of children as a bridge to home. We treat vulnerable populations. 75% of our inpatients are on Medicaid and impacted by social determinants of health, who often need complex discharge planning. We are concerned that fee-for-service Medicaid's refusal to review these cases with us in advance and the inability to appeal a denial by them after admission puts us at serious financial risk, and it's Maryland's most vulnerable children who will be hurt in the long run. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 1376.
My name is Ajoki Akintade. I am a developmental pediatrician and the Assistant Medical Director at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Caring for children with serious conditions like tracheostomy and ventilator dependence, dialysis, complex cardiac feeding, and neurological conditions is what we have been doing for over 100 years. We provide individualized medical care that optimizes a child's physical and emotional well-being. We maximize developmental potentials during critical growth stages. Our intensive therapies improve function and enhance quality of life. Occupational, physical, and speech therapists work on augmenting communication and promoting growth and fine motor skills. This multidisciplinary approach to care treats the whole child. Child life therapists work with siblings and parents, provide in-person teachers and community re-entry programs that support successful transition back to home and the society. We empower parents through extensive training in a state-of-the-art simulation lab to take that first step on the bridge to home. We want these children to stay home to continue their journey of healing and growth. At Mount Washington, we make miracles happen on a daily basis. The care we provide does not stop at discharge. Our world-class Ability Center provides outpatient rehab therapies to strengthen the gains these children make during their inpatient stay. We also provide hard-to-find primary care for medically complex children. We're here today to ask for your help to keep these crucial and cost-saving services available to Maryland's children, to ask the fee-for-service Medicaid work with us to make sure the right children are cared for in the right place at the right time, and to do so without unnecessary financial risk to this very special hospital. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Delegate, I also have Will Tilburg, Jennifer Freeman, Mary Miller, and Samir Sid on your panel. So do you want us to open it for questions from the first part of your panel? No, you're just going to switch. All right.
Hi, I'm Jen Freeman, registered nurse and director of collaborative care at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. You've heard how Mount Washington fits into the healthcare ecosystem and about the amazing work we do. Now, let me explain how the state's interpretation of last year's HB 1301 threatens the hospital's ability to provide these much-needed services. Last year, we sought to waive admission prior authorization. So why are we coming back seeking this amendment requiring the Medicaid program to consider prior auth? It is because of children like John. This infant came to Mount Washington on a ventilator for clinical stabilization and parent training. His parents want to care for him and should be given every opportunity to do so. However, despite extensive training at Mount Washington and significant home support, they panicked and were unable to quickly replace his dislodged tracheostomy tube, depriving him of oxygen. Finally stable from this very traumatic event, this infant occupies a high-cost acute care bed. We'd like to take John back where his parents can further learn his care and where we know him well. But the case for medical necessity is unclear. If we readmit before the state renders a determination, we risk denial. With no approved days, the hospital cannot even seek administrative day payment. This places the full financial risk on Mount Washington. Medicaid MCOs and commercial payers understand challenging cases like John's. While we admit some children without prior auth, in other cases, we collaborate with the payer before admission to determine the best place for the child. Only fee-for-service Medicaid refuses to do so. We are here to ask fee-for-service Medicaid to partner with us to ensure that medically complex children receive appropriate services in the right setting without placing unnecessary financial risk on Mount Washington. Thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Mary Miller, and I'm the CFO at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. You've heard from my colleagues how Mount Washington does life-changing work for its patients and families. But Medicaid's interpretation of last year's law and its lack of clarity on our appeal rights are endangering this mission. Per last year's HB 1301, payers can't require Mount Washington to obtain a prior authorization for a transfer to a pediatric specialty hospital. Thank you for your work on this law. It has helped children move more quickly to post-acute, lower-cost care. We continue to work with payers before and after admission to make sure we agree that this is the right place for the child. If we're not sure, we can wait for their approval. However, fee-for-service Medicaid is refusing to engage in this collaboration before the child is transferred to Mount Washington. The state is interpreting may not require prior authorization, which is what the law actually says, as shall not provide prior authorization. The state is refusing to consider medical necessity until after the child is already transferred. No other payer is taking this approach. The policy puts the hospital at substantial risk for inpatient stays at zero payment. The risk is particularly high for fee-for-service Medicaid, where the hospital's appeal rights have not been clarified or documented. In HB 1376, we are asking the state to, number one, work with us pre-admission to assess medical necessity, and two, confirm that we have the right to appeal a medical necessity denial with physician review. Please also consider several technical amendments, including a start date of June 1st, 2026. This will allow us to continue our important work on behalf of Maryland's children. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Will Tilburg on behalf of the University of Maryland Medical System, here today in strong support of HB 1376. Primarily before you to answer any questions that you may have, but I do want to thank Delegate Rosenberg for bringing this bill, which will help clarify the intent of HB 1301, which you all passed last year, and thank this committee for its continued leadership on this issue and helping to ensure care for some of the most vulnerable pediatric patients in the state. We've already heard today and over the last couple of years about the incredible and necessary care that is provided by Mount Washington, so I won't go into that. I will just build a little bit on Mary's testimony related to amendments. So the most substantive amendment that we would be seeking is moving up the effective date from January 1st, 27 to June 1st, 26, as this is a bill clarifying legislation that you all passed last year, and that was what was initially requested for drafting. In addition, we've had conversations with MIA who provided technical guidance, so we'll be incorporating some of that guidance in what we're bringing back to the committee. With that, I'd urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Got it. Samir Seda here on behalf of Johns Hopkins University in Medicine. I think the panel's covered the issue quite well, so I will yield my time back and cover any questions.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to questions from the members. Vice Chair Cullison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it must be late in the day or something. I'm confused. So last year we said no prior auths, but that didn't work because, why didn't that work? So now we're looking for prior auths?
So, yeah, so we continue to work with the payers to get authorization for payment. What you did last year and what has been so helpful is that the admission, the move of the child to our hospital, doesn't have to wait for their response. So we start that paperwork going, but when the child is medically ready, we take them in the majority of cases, because we feel like there's a very good understanding of the type of child that should be at Mount Washington. But there are cases where we're not sure if the payer is going to agree that they will cover our care. And in those cases, we'll wait and have that collaboration with the payer until we can get on the same page. And all of the payers are doing that with us except for fee-for-service Medicaid. So when there's cases where we're not sure about medical necessity, we're asking them to work with us to assess that, because if they come to us without that and they then deny, we have an inpatient stay with no payment.
So the issue is with Medicaid.
It is.
And is it that they're not doing it soon enough or quickly enough, or?
They won't even look at the medical information until the patient is already in our bed.
It's already moved.
Yes.
Okay.
And none of the other payers are taking that approach.
And you're asking, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I? So you're asking for the payer to begin making the assessment before the child is moved?
Yes, that they will, in the cases where we ask them to let us know ahead of time whether they agree the patient qualifies for this level of care, that they will provide that answer before we accept admission of the patient.
Okay, I think I got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Which is consistent with last year's bill.
Yes.
The intent of last year's bill.
Yes.
Delegate Tveda.
And just to follow up on Delegate Vice Chair Collison's question, basically this is clarifying legislation. Should the child, should you have a child that is kind of in that limbo where you're not certain whether they need to be admitted or not, what's the alternative? If you don't feel that they deserve to be in your facility, where else would that child be sent to?
So yeah, we're asking the payer because we feel the child should be in our facility, but the payers don't always agree. Yeah, okay. So the payers don't always agree. Sometimes they think the child is healthy enough for what they call a lower level of care. And that could mean home, because there really isn't any other lower level of care in the state.
And I can add to that. You did receive testimony from.
It is one person.
Oh, sorry.
Unless the good delegate would like a follow-up.
Yes, can I? Yes.
Sure.
My question is, do you have something to add to the?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
To answer your question. Yeah, so you received testimony from Johns Hopkins Children's Center as well, and this is part of an issue that we're dealing with as a health system. There are upstream impacts to acute care hospitals where bed capacity is a premium, and the ability to transfer patients to lower acuity settings like special pediatric hospitals is a vital management tool in terms of managing and making sure that we have bed capacity. And so this bill will allow that seamless transfer and ensure that we do have bed capacity at our acute care facilities and ensure the right care for the right type of patient.
Delegate Gazzoni.
I just want to ask a clarifying question to make sure I've got it. So I'm going to say what I think is happening here. You guys can agree or tell me that I'm completely lost, which is certainly possible. In most cases, other than in these fee-for-service Medicare.
Can you speak closer to your mic?
Sure, I'm sorry. Yeah. In most cases now, what's happening with all the payers except for the Medicaid fee-for-service is that there's work done ahead of time because Mount Washington feels that the child should be coming to them. They're willing to accept them. And there's an agreement that the patient needs to, from the payer's point of view, that the patient needs to be at Mount Washington because the level of care is that that's where they need to be. So that's all handled before the child even moves. Medicaid fee-for-service moves the child and then tries to figure out all that other stuff and leaves Mount Washington sort of in the place of risk that that Medicaid fee-for-service is not going to pay.
May I answer?
Please.
Yes. So
was I close? Let me
yes,
thank you.
but let me just go back to when we originally came for the bill. Part of the issue was most hospitals and Mount Washington understand the types of kids that need to come to Mount Washington. So there really wasn't much controversy over moving patients over. There was just a delay. So the idea was when the child's ready, we can just move them. We'll work with the insurance company to send them the information. If they need 72 hours or 48 hours to do the authorization, it's fine. There are cases, though, where the discharge disposition, even from Mount Washington, may be concerning, or it's unclear whether we're going to be able to demonstrate medical necessity, but we believe the patient is still best served at Mount Washington. They shouldn't be in an ICU. Mount Washington, we believe our role is to be that next level of care. And often community-based services, especially for kids that are in rural areas, there is very little availability for services for these types of kids. The best place to move them to would be Mount Washington, but they may not meet traditional medical necessity. For me as a physician, what I would do is I'd get on the phone with the medical director of the insurance company and say, let's have a conversation. And let's talk it through and let's make an agreement. Do we think that Mount Washington's really the best place? We recognize they may not meet medical necessity, but let's work together as provider and payer to do joint care management. That's how this should all work. And it does work for the commercial payers and the Medicaid managed care payers. Many of our fee-for-service Medicaid patients are very straightforward. So we just move them over and we wait for the level of care and it's fine. But again, if we have a patient where we say, probably worth having a conversation in advance, they won't do it. And what's adding to the complexity is for the managed care payers, if the patient comes and after they arrive, there's a disagreement about medical necessity, we have a very straightforward appeal process. There is no good appeal process for fee-for-service Medicaid. So we have to then gamble and say we can't have a conversation in advance, and we really run the risk that if they deny it, we now have a patient in a bed that we're responsible for. And so we're just at a minimum trying to make it so that we can do what we believe Mount Washington is designed to do, which is to help children move through the Maryland model in the right way, but we can't be stuck having to make these hard decisions about patients where if we think there's too much risk, the alternative is they either stay in the ICU, sometimes they get sent out of state because there is no alternative other than going to Mount Washington. Did that answer your question?
Yes. But yes, right now I've got it.
Thank you.
Delegate Johnson.
Madam Chair, and thank you for coming to answer some questions. Are there any instances that you have not been paid for a case?
Yes.
And if so, could you tell us about how many?
So what happens is if Medicaid denies for medical necessity at a point up to this point, before the new law, we did get that authorization ahead of time. What's more typical is a patient has been in our hospital for a certain period of time. our clinicians still believe the patient needs to be in our hospital, but Medicaid then says, no, they no longer qualify for your level of care. We want them to go home or somewhat lower level. So, and then that's where the lack of an appeal right has been problematic, because the patient can appeal, but that's messy and difficult. So that's the other part of this bill. I can't give you a specific number today, but it adds up because our patients tend to stay with us for a long time.
But you have had cases where you have not been paid.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Cullison.
So I know Delegate Rosenberg, you've done a lot of work on this over the last few years. And it sounds like you've got consensus with the payers, the insurers. But the struggle is with Medicaid. Has there been any progress in the conversations with Medicaid, or are things just at a stalemate now?
Well, we put in a bill because there wasn't sufficient progress.
But there at least has been some conversations.
Yes, thank you. So we've reached out. Within the last 18 hours, I'd say we got a response back, and so they're trying to set up a conversation in the coming days to weeks.
Okay. 18. When did you reach out?
Several weeks ago. We only learned of this right after January 1st when the new bill came in, and we reached out shortly after that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, and I appreciate you answering all of our questions, because I think we're trying to understand this, because it's kind of a different interpretation of pre-authorization, where it's basically like a two-way street now. Yeah. But my question is, following on Madam Vice Chair, because I'm looking at a fiscal note that has a significant increase, which doesn't quite make sense, because we're already doing, we already did away with pre-authorization, so I'm not sure why sort of reinstating it would increase the cost. But I am also wondering about the conversations around the fact that we also have to be compliant with federal law in these cases, because these are Medicaid dollars which have a federal match, a 50-50 match. So have you had any conversations about how this law would nexus with existing federal law? Because I also noticed there wasn't a letter from the Department of Health. So.
To be honest, no, we have not had a conversation with the department about federal impacts. I don't believe that there are any specific federal impacts. I think this interpretation is unique to special pediatric hospitals. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I believe that, yes, that does conclude this panel's testimony, and also the bill hearing for House Bill 1376. We are going to jump to House Bill 1377. Oh, look at that. Prescription Drug Repository Program, Redirecting Safe Prescription Drugs Pilot Program. Delegate Kaiser, if you want to come to the table and bring your panel, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if Mr. Hollister is here, my expert witness. But I want to thank you all. Before I do talk about my bill, as I was sitting here today, I was thinking not only missing the members sitting here, but I'm thinking that this side of the room by all means doesn't miss me anymore, because I don't know how many people often tripped over my electric blanket and the plugs back there. And seeing Riley here today, it would have just been so dangerous. So I made the health committee less healthy. So. But it is good to be here today. I'm here today on House Bill 1377 about a drug prescription repository program about redirecting safe prescription drugs. And if you're like me, and if you're definitely like Delegate Johnson, who knows well more on these issues than I do, your first reaction is, don't we already do this? And that was how I saw this, and that's when I reached out to Delegate Johnson before the session started. I just want to remind people about, as my testimony references, we get rid of a lot of prescription medications, and that high cost of medications not only harms patients, but it drives up the cost in our healthcare system. We have previously taken those steps to address the waste by authorizing licensed repositories and donating medicines that fit certain criteria. And those would be unopened, unexpired, and properly handled. And so we've done all that, and then the question is, and I would say that there's still a gap. And that what I'm trying to do with this bill is, as people may be well aware, then there's a National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day administered by the Drug Enforcement Administration, and they have these events 3 or 4 times a year in our state. And from my understanding and all of our research, all of those drugs, no matter if they were unopened, unexpired, and properly handled, they're all trashed immediately, or they're trashed. And that what we're trying to do here by starting a pilot, and what this bill is designed to do, is creating a new system that we connect with those DEA take-back days and then are able to share those unopened, unexpired, and properly handled medications. So again, we're starting small with this pilot. I think it's a common sense solution, certainly tying to affordability, and then just reminding people that we do this, but we don't do this enough in this, I would say, for the football lovers out there like myself. We're moving the ball about 5 yards down the field with this. It's not a major solution to these drugs that are thrown away, but it should help somewhat. So with that, I thank you all, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1377.
Thank you very much, Delegate. And Matthew Hollister is in the virtual waiting room. So we're going to bring up Mr. Hollister, if you want to unmute and begin your testimony.
First, I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair and Delegate Kaiser, as well as the other members of the Health Committee, for allowing me to testify here today. My name is Matthew Hollister, and I'm the co-founder and chairman of the James Hollister Wellness Foundation, and we're a nonprofit based out of Rockville, Maryland. Our mission is to save viable, unopened medicines from being needlessly wasted and to redirect them for charitable causes. Through our work over the years, I've seen firsthand how much medicine is wasted every day, and we routinely receive donations of excess medicine from families, from clinics, and from other long-term healthcare facilities. These medicines, again, are unexpired and in their original packaging, and they're perfectly safe for use and for a pharmacist to verify and redispense them. We've also learned through our work about Maryland's existing prescription drug repository program, and we've donated some of the medicine that we've collected directly into it. Consequently, I've become a big fan of the program, but I believe it's underutilized. As we speak, tens of thousands of Marylanders struggle to afford prescription medicine for chronic conditions like hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and cancer, just to name a few. And the gap between what's wasted and what's needed is unfortunate. But I do believe that HB 1377 is an opportunity to fill that gap. Delegate Kaiser did a wonderful job explaining the program, and I think the benefits are clear. For patients, it offers life-saving medicines that they otherwise would not be able to afford. And for the state, it reduces pharmaceutical waste and lowers the environmental impact of that waste. And finally, for healthcare institutions, it would offer a legal and structured pathway to donate medicines that they otherwise, in some cases, would pay to be destroyed. So I do believe that this bill offers a solution that's fiscally, environmentally, and morally responsible. And even if a small single-digit percentage of what's collected during National Drug Take-Back Day qualifies, that still results in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of medicine saved for those who struggle to afford them. And with that, I respectfully urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions from the members. Are there any questions? Delegate Tavares.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And so I think this is a great program. My one question is, how are you making sure, or how are you protecting against the the number of pills or liquid that's contained is within the expiration date is within the 90-day window of donation.
Delegate, thank you for that question, and Mr. Hollister, I'm taking this one, so only one of us can answer. We already have those procedures in place to deal with those expiration dates. So I think that's really the answer, but if I can take 20 extra seconds to say that since the first take-back day, 286,000 pounds of medicines have been collected in Maryland. So I have more Maryland data if you wanted to know, but yes, I mean, we have procedures in place to do what you were saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you for the bill, and thank you for the effort, Delegate, and thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the letters, there's not much opposition, but one letter stresses 3 concerns, 2 of which I think you've clearly addressed. Contaminated, expired, or improperly, they're not included. Inconsistent quality control is an issue that they think, but again, here's the question they asked. Liability issues for pharmacies, hospitals, and long-term facilities participating in the pilot. So we collect them, and then they're distributed to these places. How do we address those liability?
I'm going to pass that one on to Mr. Hollister, if you're able to answer that question about liability.
It wouldn't be all that different from the current infrastructure to address liability within the repository system itself. Even right now, they're able to redispense medicine that are collected from individual donors. The only difference here is that we would be finding a different pool of medicine to draw on to maximize their output. So whatever the current system for repository pharmacies to dispense medicine, whatever that liability is currently, that wouldn't change, that would still be in place.
Can I follow up? Okay, so can you help me understand, so under the current system, individual donors can, but they're not anonymous versus the pilot where it's coming from the take back where it's essentially anonymous donors, or how does the current system work? Who's giving the donations, and how is that different from the pilot?
The current system is that donors can go online and find a form that they would fill out with their medicine as well as their signature that they would ship themselves to a repository pharmacy. And if it qualifies based on the inspection of the pharmacist there, it could be redispensed to a different patient. What we would be doing here is that at drug take-back day sites, which is a federal program run by the DEA, they collect medicine from all over the nation, including Maryland, and all that medicine is destroyed, as Delegate Kaiser would say. With that pool of medicine, we would be separating the goats from the sheep, and we would have a licensed professional on staff or someone working with the repository system to look at that pool of medicine, determine which of it would qualify for the repository system, and then transfer it to those repository institutions that can redispense it.
Okay, may I have a final? It will be final. All right, thank you. And so having been at the drug take-back sites, I think they do a wonderful job, but those are anonymous donations. Sometimes the tags are taking off. So does that change liability? You said the current system, people sign up on form, you know essentially who it is, if there's an issue or whatever, that can be traced. These are anonymous. Are you saying that doesn't change anything in terms of liability of the recipients of these drugs, for the recipients?
It depends on how we want to screen the medicines. If there's a county staff screening the medicines at the drug take-back sites, presumably their signature would be needed in order to fulfill that liability concern, that it was screened and that it went through that initial vetting before getting to the repository location. Alternatively, state and county agencies can support donors without taking direct custody of the medicine by providing assistance like those forms online, as well as packaging materials at the take-back sites. And then donors would take the initiative to donate the medicines for final review at the repository pharmacy, which wouldn't be too much different than the current system.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Of course.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Oh, Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the bill. Remind me, what type of drugs are already currently covered under the plan, under the take-back plan? Does it include, my main question, does it include opioids or things like that? Okay.
It does not. It includes prescription drugs, and I believe we also, through last year's legislation, include also over-the-counter. But remembering still unopened, unexpired, and properly
Right.
handled.
Excellent, okay. Yeah, because is it Mr., I can't see that
Hollister.
far, Hollister. He mentioned something about like cancer drugs and stuff like that, so that sounds pretty high potent and kind of dangerous to me, but it does not include those types of drugs?
Correct, and yes, anything
Okay.
that is controlled would not qualify for this program.
Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it, thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony and for this bill. This does conclude the bill hearing on House
Thank you.
Bill 1377. I'm just looking to see if we have members from Ways and Means here. I don't believe so. Okay, so we are going to move to House Bill 1280, which is supporting our Caregiver Infrastructure Program feasibility study. Delegate Wims, if you want to come to the table and bring your
I could bring the panel up,
witnesses.
Madam
Yep, bring
Chair.
your panel.
Okay.
You can
Come on up
begin your
close.
testimony when you're ready.
Okay, we got it. And then we'll call. Hello, this is good.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Bagnell, Vice Chair Collison, and esteemed members of the House Health Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Greg Wims, presenting House Bill 2080, supporting our Caregiver Infrastructure Program and feasibility study. HB 1280 requires a feasibility study to be conducted on establishing and operating a caregiver infrastructure program. The program will provide universal monthly stipends to caregivers for each independent person they take care of. There is a sponsor amendment to the bill, changing the responsible party for completing the study to the University of Maryland and shifting the delegation and determination stipends amount to that university. I want to thank the Controller's Office, Brooke Learman, and her staff for putting us in touch with the University of Maryland, and they have agreed that they will work with us and do the study. The bill recognizes the reality that families across Maryland live every day. Caregivers are holding our long-term care system together, supporting older adults, people with Alzheimer's or related disorders, and children and adults with developmental or functional disabilities. Yet many caregivers face financial strain, lost work hours, and tough choices to take care of their own household and to be able to bring food to the table. The university will examine the economic impact such a program would have to help the state of Maryland and the local economy. And it would also determine how we help our individual families who are taking care of their loved ones. The Department of Human Services will assist the university in identifying options, administrative needs, and costs in consultation with the state and local partners. The bill with the amendments also set clear timelines with a final report due July 1, 2028, and a sunset date that keeps this effort focused on accountability. And I want to give you, just for a minute, a personal analysis. 15 years ago, I was working with a private company, and my mom lived with us, me and my wife, and she started developing Alzheimer's, or dementia, as some call it. And we didn't know, like most of us around this room, the early signs. But what we found later, that she would, when we were working, my wife and I would be at work, she would go out and wander and get on a Metro bus, the ride-on bus. As it turned out, because I grew up in a small rural town of Gaithersburg back then, the bus drivers knew my family, knew my mom. So they would call me at my office, and of course, I would have to take off and from work, and then to go get my mom from the bus depot, and then bring her back home and stay with her. My wife worked in DC, so it was impossible for her to come out on those occasions. This went on for about 8 months until we decided that we would have to make other arrangements for it. But I then, not knowing I would be a delegate today, lost a lot of income, of course, lost time for vacation because I had to take personal leave. And what we're talking about with this bill is thousands of families across this state that have the same type of situation. And we think if this bill is passed, it will help not only the families, but also help the state of Maryland. So I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1280. Thank you, Madam Chair. We go to
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullison, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Westrick. I'm the Advocacy Director for AARP Maryland, representing our 850,000 members statewide. I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1280, the Supporting Our Caregiver Infrastructure Program, and thank Delegate Wims for his leadership on this issue. Maryland has 1.16 million family caregivers. That's 24% of the state's adult population. They provide essential physical, emotional, and social support, often at significant personal and financial cost. 39% experience serious financial hardship, including debt, drained savings, and difficulty affording food or medicine. In 2024, the General Assembly passed Senate Bill 202, creating the Caregiver Expense Grant Program, authorizing up to $5 million annually to help cover care-related expenses. But because the funding was not mandatory, the program has never been funded and no caregivers have benefited. HB 1280 is the next needed step. Maryland still lacks a sustainable funding model, a clear understanding of the economic impacts, and a roadmap for implementation to support family caregivers. This feasibility study will examine how caregiver support could increase labor force participation, boost state and local tax revenues, reduce public benefit spending, and strengthen the state's overall economy. When caregivers receive modest financial support, they are more likely to stay in the workforce, maintain financial stability, and delay costly institutional care for their loved ones. This saves the state significant resources. HB 1280 will ensure that Maryland finally gathers the data and the modeling needed to design a durable and effective caregiver support system. Our caregivers hold together our long-term care system and save the state billions. This bill is a prudent, responsible step toward giving them the infrastructure and support they deserve. We respectfully urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullison and members of the committee. I want to personally say thank you to Delegate Wims for his vision. My name is Dorinda Adams, and I serve as an AARP Maryland volunteer and also in a very unique position of leading AARP Maryland's pilot. We are participating in a national pilot called Caregiving in My Community. And in my written testimony, I actually included the outline of our process of this pilot. Timing is everything because the work of this national pilot that we are participating in also aligns with the work of the feasibility study. And I am a big proponent in my 30-plus years of working in Maryland state government, 25 of them advocating at the administrative level for family caregivers across the lifespan, that partnerships are critical. Knowledge is critical. And I can share a lot of things, but I just want to leave you with this question. Who is going to care for you when you need care? What types of support do you want them to have when you're in that position? Because guess what? I was a care recipient last fall for a short period of time. My dear sister-in-law volunteered to be my caregiver during that short period of time. 3 days into my recovery, she began experiencing the signs of a stroke. 2 days later, while caring for me, she had the stroke. Folks, we've got to invest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Vice Chair Cullison and members of the Health Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of HB 1280, supporting our Caregiver Infrastructure Program feasibility study. My name is Kate Stein. I am here representing the Montgomery County Commission on Aging, where I serve as chair of the Public Policy Committee. As Sarah noted, approximately 25% of Maryland adults are currently providing care to a family member or close friend. This is at any given time. Many of us in this room have served or will serve as unpaid caregivers for our loved ones, and many of us will benefit. Whether it's in support of a child with exceptional needs, a brother-in-law with traumatic brain injuries, an aging mother, or a spouse of 50 years with dementia, family and friend caregivers are the backbone of Maryland's system of long-term services and support. Family and friend caregivers contribute 710 million hours of unpaid care annually, or $12.5 billion in estimated economic value just in the state of Maryland. Family and friend caregivers are a boon to the state and essential to the functioning of our communities and our economy. And yet, individually and collectively, they are largely invisible, although they bear the costs of care physically, mentally, socially, and financially. And there's not enough money to shield any but the wealthiest among us from hardship and potential financial ruin. Public support currently is piecemeal and is designed to kick in only after all other resources have been exhausted. There are also costs and benefits to the state. Family caregivers take more sick days, cut back on hours, earn less, save less, spend less, and pay less in taxes, sometimes up in careers that may leave the workforce under the burden of care. Caregivers and those they care for may rely on more on social safety net programs. But for every dollar spent on home and community-based services and supports, nearly $44 in potential nursing home costs are avoided. HB 1280 will help us move beyond anecdotal and qualitative data to quantify the aggregate costs and benefits of family and friends caregiving to the state. Its modeling of the impacts of a universal caregiver stipend will help lawmakers design and implement policies that better recognize and support family caregivers for their unpaid essential labor. This feasibility study is an important first step in recognizing the essential role that all of us as caregivers play. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Amy Schiffman here? Okay. You're on this panel, please.
You may stay. Well, we can come back to that question. Okay. Okay, you can Can you use that mic?
I'll use this mic.
And you can put it.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Amy Schiffman, and for the past 20 years, I've spent my career caring for Maryland's frailest residents in their homes. I've worked as a house call physician, a hospice medical director, and the chief medical officer of a community-based organization serving seniors. Across these roles, I have personally made house calls and overseen teams that have delivered more than 100,000 house calls across the state of Maryland. When you spend that much time in people's homes, you learn very quickly what is actually holding the system together. One critical element is access to caregivers, family caregivers. National data show that about 5% of older adults are truly homebound, and another 10 to 12% can only leave home with difficulty or assistance, meaning tens of thousands of Marylanders are quietly managing this reality. This is a population I often describe as post-retirement. They often live with dementia, complex and advanced illness with hospice-eligible conditions, or significant disability. These tend to be older adults whose cognitive and functional decline keeps them homebound. Medical problems are not the hardest part. The most difficult question is, who is actually taking care of these patients? Who is helping them eat, bathe, take meds, not fall? When someone becomes frail or develops dementia, families are left with no good choices. 24-hour care is elusive and extremely expensive. Private caregivers now cost about $35 an hour, and around-the-clock care can exceed $20,000 a month. So families have to step in. An adult son or daughter, often balancing a job and their own children, suddenly becomes responsible for medications, meals, toileting, and supervision. It's quite a frayed quilt. All of this has real consequences for the healthcare system. A single hospitalization for a frail older adult can easily exceed $15,000 to $20,000, and emergency department visits are often the entry point into these admissions. And research shows that when family caregivers are supported and involved in care, hospital readmissions can drop by roughly 25%. Caregivers provide critical daily touch points, and Medicare has begun to understand this as well with new billing codes. I thank you for your time.
For your testimony. And thank you, Delegate, for bringing us this bill with no opposition. Right now, it has no fiscal note. And I do have a question from Delegate Kaufman, and then I have a question.
It will be very brief.
Okay.
My question is, have you seen the letter from the Department of Human Services, and do you have a response, or have you engaged with them? Because they have a concern about your bill, and if you haven't seen it, I'll email it to you.
Thank you, Delegate, for the question. Yes, we have, and we've had extensive talks over the last 2 days with them, and it's safe to say that we'll be working together.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. So my question is, you referenced amendments and perhaps the University of Maryland taking a role in this. If that's the case, are there costs associated with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so that is the amendment, is University of Maryland is going to be overseeing the feasibility study rather than the comptroller's office. We have had extensive conversations with them. Currently, they're estimating a fiscal note around $60,000 for the year, and then it will likely take another 6 months after that to actually complete the report, so an additional amount on top. But it's about a $60,000 cost.
We don't have those amendments yet, so Delegate, can make sure we get them.
We didn't send them to them. Okay, we'll send them to them. We'll get them to you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I missed. I was looking at the comptroller's thing where they said, take it to an academic institution because the software they don't have. Is that what you just answered for the Vice Chair, that someone else is going to be handling it, not the comptroller's office?
Right, it will be the University of Maryland.
Great, thank you. Got it, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, this concludes this panel. And we do have another favorable panel we've got 4 virtual and 1 in person. So if we can bring Wayne Berman to the table, and then if we can bring up Alicia Contreras Donella, Betty Romero, Deborah Williams, and Katrina Kugel. And you can give us your testimony. Oh, and Megan Peters. Okay, and Megan Peters as well. And you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Megan Peters. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Alzheimer's Association, here in support of House Bill 1280. The association is grateful to see that dementia caregivers are included in this legislation. Their inclusion is critical, as dementia caregiving is among the most time-intensive and medically complex forms of unpaid care in our state. As this committee knows, Maryland is in the middle of a growing dementia crisis and alongside it an escalating caregiving crisis. As dementia becomes more common, more families are being asked to shoulder the care, often with limited supports to sustain it. In 2025, Maryland caregivers provided 292 million hours of unpaid dementia care, valued at over $7 billion. This is care our health system simply could not function without. Yet the pressures on caregiving are mounting. More than 62% of Maryland dementia caregivers live with at least one chronic health condition, and over 1 in 5 experiences depression. When caregivers reach a breaking point, the consequences show up across our healthcare system, with avoidable emergency visits, more hospitalizations, and more people entering our long-term care settings. House Bill 1280 offers a reasonable and thoughtful next step. By directing a study on the feasibility of providing financial supports to caregivers, Maryland can begin to understand what policy interventions will help stabilize our families and sustain caregiving over time. Maryland's unpaid caregivers form an essential and often invisible infrastructure that keeps families stable and keeps people with dementia healthier and at home longer. By stabilizing our caregivers, the state can help prevent far more expensive outcomes. And for these reasons, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 1280. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Health Committee. My name is Wayne Berman, a resident of Montgomery County. It is my personal experience that brings me here today as a parent and a caregiver for my son. In 1992, my wife and I adopted a 5-month-old baby from Russia. When we came back home with our baby, and after several doctor examinations, we became very aware of an undiagnosed heart problem. The doctors found that our baby had an aortic coarctation, a narrowing of the aorta. This caused him to have a very weak pulse in his lower body and legs. Within 3 months of bringing our son home, he was lying in an operating room at Boston Children's Hospital, having open heart surgery to repair the aorta. Following the successful surgery, my son needed lots of care and lots of therapy to bring him into a normal, age-appropriate range. My wife took a 1-year leave of absence from her job as a teacher to care for our son. This meant not only a 1-year loss of wages, but also a loss of 1-year contribution to her state teacher's pension plan. With a new baby and a new house, the loss of our incomes was stressful. While we did manage, some level of direct monthly support would have been very beneficial during this time. This bill addresses an area of great importance to me based on my very real personal experience. I have no doubt that other caregivers who've had to put the pause in their regular income stream to take care of a loved one, be it an older parent or younger child. The study is an important first step in understanding the real costs of caregiving and who it really impacts. My hope is that it can lead to changes in the way we value and support our family caregivers. I respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 1280. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We're now going to bring up our virtual witnesses. So Alicia Contreras-Danello, if you can unmute and begin your testimony. Let the record reflect that Alicia Danello is not in the waiting room, so we'll go to Betty Romero if you want to go ahead and unmute and begin your testimony.
Sure. Hold on 1 second. I waited for 3 hours, so I was busy working on something else. Let me find my testimony. And thank you so much for having me today. Let me just stand up and get ready. I was scared by the voice. Sorry for that. All right, so good afternoon. My name is Betty Romero, and I'm the first vice chair of the Montgomery County Commission for Women supporting this bill. I'm a daughter, a wife, a mother, and a grandmother, also a neighbor, a friend, and in other words, a giver of care, a caregiver. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony in support of the feasibility study to gather data for decision-making on a caregiver infrastructure program, which is badly needed. Whether we care for children or adults, all caregivers and recipients have different abilities and needs. Women have historically borne the burden of care, but more men, including young men, are stepping up to the challenge with a significant economic impact on their life and those of their families. Other states, cities, and countries are way ahead in recognizing that the many contributions of caregivers as pillars of civil society and economic growth, providing support and infrastructure for them. The study will allow Maryland legislators to proactively design interventions that greatly enhance the life of families who sacrifice income, current and future, and career advancement opportunities without compensation, leaving money on the table that would have returned to the economy through consumer spending and taxes. I care for 3 children alone as my husband's job required him to travel. Finishing a postgraduate degree was taxing on my health and our family's financial stability. With limited option, re-entry was hard, but possible until the time came to also take care of my aging mother, who lived till she was 98. There's always someone in need of care, and the public-private sector must prioritize the development of innovative supporting platforms to avoid interruptions to career advancements, interruptions that have financial implications for both the system, and that means the state and local government, and families. Let me know if you need more information on career interruptions and the challenges faced by talented workers and entrepreneurs left out of the economic engine because of family responsibilities and a lack of support infrastructure. A feasibility study is a responsible initial step toward creating a modern caregiver support system, and Maryland has the opportunity to take the lead in developing
Can you please wrap
evidence-based
up your
caregiver
testimony?
policy that align with the demographic and economic trends. So just to finish, no secret, society is living longer. Seventh generation of caregivers is increasing exponentially in the next few years, not in decades. So thank you very much for your consideration, and I hope you all go ahead with this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to Deborah Williams. If you want to go ahead and unmute and begin your testimony. Deborah Williams, can you hear us? Can you unmute and begin your testimony? Okay, we're going to go to Katrina Kugel while we try and figure out what's going on with Ms. Williams' tech. So Katrina Kugel, if you want to go ahead and unmute and begin your testimony.
Can you hear me? My name is Katrina Emerson Kugel. I'm with Seek, a community provider.
Ms. Kugel, can you please get closer to your microphone? We're having some trouble hearing you.
Is this better? Is that better?
No.
I can go get my, let's see. I could go get headphones.
Yeah. Ms. Kugel, can you increase your audio?
Yes, one minute. Is that better?
Yes, that is better. Thank you. Go ahead and give us your testimony.
Okay. My name is Katrina Emerson Kugel, and I'm with Seek, a community provider supporting over 350 adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD. Thank you, Chair Bagnell, Vice Chair Cullison, members of the committee, and especially Delegate Wims for introducing this bill. Our home and community-based services provide opportunities for people with IDD to receive support in the most integrated setting as possible. However, our DDA system is imperfect, and this bill would help fill critical gaps for people with disabilities. Maryland currently provides supports for about 20,000 people with IDD, but there are an additional 4,000 people waiting for services. People like Taryn, who loves Disney movies and ice skating. She also has a seizure disorder. She received a high school certificate almost 2 years ago and was placed on the Community Pathways Waiver waiting list on October 31 of 2024. She attended Montgomery College for 2 years and now takes a class through the Challenge Program and another at Spirit Club. She attends events through Partners for Community Engagement. However, these activities only take up about 4 hours a week, leaving her two parents scrambling for coverage. Her father has to teach night classes, and her mother teaches during the day, rushing home afterward. Their staggered schedules, meaning their time together as a family, is limited. A stipend would mean that until Taryn gets off the waiting list, 2027 at the earliest, they could reduce their work hours so they could not only be there for her, but also be able to spend time together. Even when someone is approved for DDA services, there are gaps. Through the redetermination process, many have fallen off the waiver, and sometimes extensive training requirements for our DSPs means they're unavailable. And then there are times DSPs are unable to support people due to short-term challenges like snowstorms and long-term events like a public health emergency. A caregiver infrastructure would create scaffolding for families when they are not able to access services, allowing them to provide critical support. I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Deborah Williams, can you go ahead and unmute and give us your testimony? Go ahead and give us your testimony. Ms. Williams, do you want to go ahead and give us your testimony?
Yeah, sorry, I'm off kilter on this, but I'll go ahead. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead
Okay,
and
great.
give us your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you to the sponsors and to the members of the Health Committee of this bill. I'm Deb Williams, an Advocacy Committee member on behalf of the Montgomery County Women's. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are. Please proceed.
Okay.
Ms. Williams, do you have the live stream on in your headphones? Make sure you turn off the live stream. If you're hearing yourself, it's because you have the live stream on.
Oh,
So go ahead and turn that
Sorry
off.
about that. Yep.
That's
give
all
me
right.
1 sec.
Go ahead and give us your testimony when you're ready.
Not letting me do it. Hang on.
No, we hear you. Go ahead
Okay,
and,
great.
and
Okay,
proceed.
sorry to
That's all right.
everyone. I know you needed a break.
That's all right. Yeah, we are flexible.
Thank you to the sponsors and to the members of the Health Committee for your attention to this bill. I'm Deb Williams, an Advocacy Committee member on behalf of the Montgomery County Women's Democratic Club. We strongly support HB 1280, which addresses the structural economic issue of unpaid labor as a part of Maryland's long-term care system, which includes elder care and children with certain severe disabilities. This unpaid labor supporting a system of roughly $12.5 billion in economic value to our state, according to AARP Maryland estimates. Full-time caregiving for our elderly and individuals with disabilities often lasts 5 years or longer and strains our workforce, especially for women of color. The cumulative impact contributes to elevated poverty resulting from this gap in healthcare. Therefore, state expenditures increase. Institutional long-term care frequently exceeds $100,000 a year per individual, while home and community-based services are generally less costly. HB 1280 does not mandate a new entitlement program. It calls for a feasibility study to deliver minimal cost, time-limited reporting through examination of the economic and fiscal implications of providing direct monthly payments to caregivers of older adults and individuals with disabilities, quantifying and modeling lost wages, measuring changes in the overall cost structure, and assessing long-term tax or long-term benefits on the labor market and retirement security will deliver highly relevant and actionable data for the future of our healthcare system. Maryland has already recognized through our comptroller's analysis of child care and economic participation that care infrastructure directly affects workforce participation and economic growth. The same economic logic applies throughout the course of our lives. Advancing policies that strengthen women, families, and economic security across the life course is central to our mission, and HB 1280 is a representative of our priorities. We respectfully urge a favorable report for HB 1280 because a better, more dignified care infrastructure greatly advances our economic structure. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and well worth the wait. I'm gonna open it up to the members. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much for your testimony and for your patience. This does conclude the hearing on House Bill 1280, and we would like to welcome the members of the Ways and Means Committee. Please feel free to join us, and we are going to move to House Bill 989, which is State Assistance for the Elderly Calculation of Income. Delegate Lopez, if you'd like to approach the table and bring your panel, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Your patience.
No problem.
We'll make it worth it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, fellow members of the Health Committee, the heavy hitters from Ways and Means. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, I'm Delegate Leslie Lopez of District 39, and I'm the proud sponsor of HB 1129. Actually, this bill is 989, excuse me. This bill reflects a simple idea. When we help older Marylanders stay in their homes that they know and love, we strengthen our communities and protect our state's fiscal future at the same time. This bill provides that the income that a senior receives from renting a portion of the individual's primary residence may not be included in the calculation of income for the purposes of eligibility for any state tax credit, housing assistance program, or medical assistance program designed to assist elderly persons. We've all heard the reality from the Department of Aging. Marylanders are getting older rapidly. Research from the University of Maryland and projections from the Maryland Department of Planning show that older Americans currently make up a significant share of our population, and those numbers are only going to grow for decades. Just as important, most older adults want to remain where they are as they age. Research from the AARP shows that 70% of seniors want to age in place. And the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services have found that care delivered at home is generally more cost-effective than institutional care. And when seniors share their homes, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention remind us that social connection improves health, safety, and quality of life. Maryland's Department of Aging is already implementing its 10-year Longevity Ready Maryland Plan to accommodate the change in the state's age dynamics. To supplement those forward-looking efforts, additional compassionate and practical policies are necessary to provide security for Maryland's aging population. Many of our seniors rely on programs like property tax credits, energy assistance, and home and community-based Medicaid services to remain stable. Despite their intentions, the current rules of income calculations for older Marylanders creates a benefits cliff. Even modest rental income from a spare bedroom or basement can push someone over an eligibility threshold. The extra rental dollars may cause someone aging in place to lose assistance that is far more valuable than the income itself. HB 989 fixes the taxable income calculation by making sure income from renting a portion of a primary residence is not counted against elders when determining the eligibility for public benefits. This bill not only eases pressure on senior housing, but for housing in general statewide. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, Maryland faces a significant shortage of affordable homes. Meanwhile, many older Americans have unused space. Allowing them to collect rent for the unused space without penalty adds to the state's existing housing supply quickly, using homes that already exist. And so HB 989 is a practical step that expands housing, supports independence for older Marylanders aging in place, and it uses public resources wisely. This proposal is a solution that meets Marylanders where we're at and helps prepare us for where we're going. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Mike Cerrito. I'm a real estate broker from Upper Marlboro with 39 years of experience, a lot of that with the property management portion. So you're probably wondering, why is a realtor here at Healthways? I'm often at economic matters. I'm not always here. There are recurring themes in this bill that cause us to support this bill strongly. Those recurring themes that you just heard, there's not enough housing. Everybody in this room has been hearing that over and over again, no matter what committee you're on. There's not enough affordable housing, and seniors can't afford to age in place in their own homes where they're the most comfortable. So this bill is going to help the seniors not only to age in place, but it's going to help them with things like ever-increasing property taxes, ever-increasing utility bills, ever-increasing insurance bills. This is going to help them stay in their property, and it's going to not solve the issue, but it will definitely be a cog in the wheel to help us start to attack the lack of enough housing and the lack of affordable housing in the state of Maryland. So just to give you, for example, there's not a whole lot of ways to research this, so I used what's available to me, the multiple listing system in Maryland, and actually researched all 23 counties in Maryland and came up with a little over 440 properties throughout the state that are advertised through our multiple listing system as being rooms in a house or a couple of rooms to share or separate apartments or basement apartments. On average, they're renting for $800 to $1,000 a month. Different areas like Annapolis, believe it or not, is $1,200 to $1,500 a month. I have that data. I'm willing to answer any questions, and I would urge you to support House Bill 989.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm just going to confirm, Irma Washington is not in the waiting room? Okay, just let the record reflect that she is not in the waiting room. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to questions from the members. Let me look to Ways and Means to see if they have questions, and then I will go to Delegate Warman, followed by Johnson, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. And you were getting into it a little bit with what you were talking to us about the data, but do we know how many seniors are doing this in order to be able to stay in their homes? Do we have any more data other than what you just got to us at the end?
So the multiple listing system does not give me the age of the people who own the property, so I don't have that answer.
But it's like 400 statewide.
But the available units, the units that we pulled up that were in stages of either available or recently rented was over 400 units throughout the state. There were some counties that had none, some counties that had a lot.
Thank you.
Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate. I was looking through the fiscal note. Can you kind of go over that with us a little bit?
Yeah, no, thank you. Because of the nature of the job, I tend to find fiscal notes fascinating. This one particularly was interesting to me because I saw that number and I was like, $289,000. What in tarnation is going to cost that much? And so I was looking through this, and a bulk of that number, so 244,000 of the 289 upfront, comes from DeWitt's calculations that it would take that much money to figure out how to allow people essentially to deduct $100,000. Now, at face value, that really does sound like a lot. But if you look further through the fiscal note, it's clear in Comar that this technology already exists because right now, seniors don't count the first 50%. And so for me, $244,000 to change the formulas from 50% to 100% seems, I just kind of question that a little bit. That seems, I mean, it could very well be an accurate number, but I think it's a sign of government inefficiency if that costs $250,000 to make that kind of a change in the system, right? The other part that I thought was really interesting is if you look on the last page of the fiscal note, it says that the $244,000 upfront and the subsequent $12,000, well, there's actually federal funds that can match this up to 90%. So it's possible that up to 90% of those funds could be recouped for getting our DeWitt system where it needs to be. The $45,000 for the Department of Aging to come up with a consultant to do that, I think, if we get 90% off that 244 combined with the 45%, I think that gets us to under our fiscal note threshold.
Great, thank you. So it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for this. I love the idea, but I'm reading both the Department of Aging and the Department of Health. And the Department of Aging is saying that the bill, as written, calls on them to review all tax credits, housing assistance programs, and medical assistance programs for any requirements that are based on income. And they think that that is burdensome. And then coordinate with the Comptroller, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Maryland Department of Health. The Department of Health points out that, as you said, currently seniors are getting a 50% disregard on rental income and treat the other as profit, but the proposed legislation required to be 100% disregard, and that it would not comply with CMS requirements because you would also have to include the age, in addition to the age, the blind or the disabled. So they think it has to capture more in order to meet federal guidelines, and then that makes the disregards overwhelming. Do you have any?
Sure. Yeah. Again, to your first point, this is already being done, but the calculation is at 50%, and we're asking for 100% of that income to be disregarded. So to me, those systems are already in place somehow. I realize that we're mandating that they, fix the calculations, but those systems are in place. To the second point, once I started talking to folks in the advocacy communities about this bill, one of the first things that they said was, oh, that's a great idea. Let's include people who have disabilities too. And then anecdotally, they would share stories of their, friends and neighbors who had similar problems. So I'm totally at peace and supportive of the fact that if we need to expand this legislation to include people who are under the ABD federal regulations, I think that's a beautiful idea.
Okay, and if I may? So I was just curious, because I know you read the letters. Have you talked to MDH about where you think they're wrong? And have you talked to the Department of Aging of where you think that this doesn't require any more work than they're already doing?
At a staff level, we've had conversations. I tend to talk to MDH quite a bit these days, and so it's on the list of things. I don't think we've reached a point where there's a clear resolution, but I know that this is a bill that reflects a really positive direction, also reflects what we're trying to do with Longevity Ready Maryland. And so I'm hopeful that those conversations will continue to resolution.
Super, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So novel idea, Delegate, I like it. It allows people to use the asset they already paid for to maybe make a little extra money and provide a service for the community. Mike, I've known you for a long time. The bulk of your business is in Prince George's County. You want to talk about like just how much of a burden, not having a room to rent is for so many of the people that, are trying to get ahead in that area?
I can make that very clear for you. So most property managers and renters look for an income of 3 times the rent. So most of the rentals that we're seeing that are shared rooms, et cetera, are $800 to $1,000 a month. So you take the average worker who's making $36,000 a year. That is almost can't live on money. But we have a lot of working people in all of the counties that are making that or less. They can't afford to live on their own unless you have a program like this. Most of the single-family homes in Prince George's County, you'd be hard-pressed to find something under $2,000 a month to rent. And it's getting worse and worse because the regulation is getting piled on landlords from this body and from county bodies that make it even more difficult to keep housing affordable. So yeah, you take somebody who's a working person, working every day, making $36,000 a year, they can afford this. You're providing housing for them. That is very important.
It sounds like it would be a good idea as well as for people that might find themselves in a bad situation as far as like maybe they're trying to get a divorce or they had a roommate leave or a spouse unfortunately die, to be able to get that extra income. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for proposing, for coming forth and proposing this legislation. I think that it is a very worthwhile one. I hope you can support my other legislation as much as you're supporting this one, given that it's in the same spirit. And I do, how is this better than, let's say, what's seen now, like a reverse mortgage for this population?
Go for it. I'd love to answer that. So in this situation, the homeowner, and I heard references to expanding this to other people and the worry about the cost of that. Remember, this is to people who own as a primary residence. So that does limit the expansion of it. But to answer your question, would you mind restating your question?
Reverse mortgages.
Oh, reverse mortgages. Got it. So a reverse mortgage takes away from a homeowner's ability to pass on assets to their heirs and create generational wealth, because that's building cost against the property, and the property is going to eventually have to be sold to pay that cost back. This does not do this. So this allows people that own homes, have owned them for generations, to be able to pass on that generational wealth to the next generation by preserving the asset that's probably the most expensive asset that they have that they've owned in their lives. So there's a big distinction between the two.
We'll talk about the other bill. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. And Delegate, I just wanted to ensure that you were having a conversation with the Department of Health, because I don't know under our current, federal match how this impacts it. So I think we just want to be very clear about this, because to Delegate Morgan's point, this is a very novel and interesting idea with a lot of potential to help a lot of people. So if we could have those conversations, make sure that we're clear on the impact on the dollars, and let's keep the conversation going. That does actually conclude this bill hearing for our House Bill 989. Thank you very much to the Ways and Means Committee for joining us. And we are now going to move to House Bill 1414. This is nursing homes, direct care wages and benefits and cost reports. Delegate Martinez, if you want to approach the table and bring your panel, and you can start your testimony when you're ready.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Health Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Ashanti Martinez, here to present House Bill 1414, Nursing Homes, Direct Care Wages, and Benefits and Cost Reports. You might be asking yourself, I've heard this bill before. Why is that? Because last year we brought this same bill, but instead ended up passing a cost study so that we could really get the numbers to understand what it is that we're asking for this year. The aim of the bill is to ensure that nursing homes in Maryland dedicate a meaningful and enforceable percentage of their revenue to the wages and benefits of direct care workers who serve residents every single day. At its core, this legislation addresses quality of care, workforce stability, and accountability in the use of public funds. House Bill 1414 requires nursing homes to expend at least 75% of their total nursing and residential care revenue on direct care wages and benefits. This bill defines direct care to include nursing, dietary, restorative therapy, social work, and other frontline professionals who handle and provide day-to-day medical care each and every day to residents. To ensure these standards are meaningful, the bill provides the Maryland Department of Health with clear enforcement authority. So if a nursing home submits an inaccurate or incomplete cost report, fails to submit a cost report, or does not meet the 75% requirement, the Maryland Department of Health would be able to require corrective action. This action can include the implementation of a plan for improvement, or when necessary, suspension or termination for the Maryland Medical Assistance Program. Because nursing home services receive substantial public funding through this program, this level of accountability is both reasonable and necessary. The nursing home industry in Maryland is incredibly profitable, generating over $2.5 billion in revenue every year. However, this revenue is generated off of the very emotional and labor-taxing work of the nursing staff, who, depending on the nursing home, could be making as little as $55,000 a year or less. If you consider the jobs the staff find themselves doing, caring for many seniors at a time, cleaning and assisting in their daily lives, often interacting and improving the quality of life for many seniors at a time, it is easy to say that nursing home staff deserve significant compensation. Moreover, it has repeatedly been proven that staff pay rates have a direct impact on quality of care, with lower pay resulting in lower quality rating for nursing homes and higher rates of pay, increasing quality of care and significantly reducing turnover rates. Some of our nursing homes have 100% turnover rates in terms of staff here in Maryland. Ultimately, House Bill 1414 will improve the quality of nursing home residents and staff, strengthening standards of care across the state, and help Maryland remain competitive in attracting and retaining qualified professionals by supporting fair compensation and better working conditions for the individuals who work at these nursing homes. For these reasons, I strongly urge a favorable report on House Bill 1414. Please.
Members of the committee, my name is Carolyn Taylor Chester, and I have been working as a geriatric nurse assistant at a long-term care facility for over 30 years. I am also a 1199 member. I am currently connecting with the residents, getting to know them, and I go above and beyond. I'm paid to make sure that they are safe and cared for. I support this bill because nursing home workers and residents deserve better. Nursing homes need to be more open for their finances if we're going to start improving residents' care and working conditions. Recently, I was only GNA on a shift working with 41 residents. There should be 3 GNAs at each time. It is impeccable to take care of residents that we are left waiting for care. Residents are frustrated and overwhelmed. It's not fair that they should have to wait for care. I have 5 grandchildren and 1 great-grand. I've continued to work so that I can provide for my family. But when we work short, I feel overwhelmed, burned out, and I have arthritis and gout. And my work schedule barely lets me take care of myself. One time I took time off to work because I had a medical condition procedure. While I was still on medical leave, I received a call from the manager asking me to come to work. Short staffing has really been difficult, citing for why I need to come to work. The manager tried to make me feel guilty, like it was my fault that they were short that day. I care for my residents, but I also need to care for myself. Instead of being able to focus solely on my healing, I'm worrying about the residents no matter how long we give, it's never enough. Maryland needs to make sure that 75% of the Medicaid dollars nursing homes receive are spent on direct care, and that's what I'm supporting this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Aricot. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at 1199, representing nearly 4,000 members working in long-term care facilities across Maryland. We urge a favorable report on HB 1414 because investing in workers is crucial to providing high-quality care. Before we dive deeper into what this bill does, let's look at the landscape of skilled nursing facilities in Maryland. 1, we have a disproportionately high turnover rate in skilled nursing facility ownership, leading to lower quality of care. CMS data shows 84 facilities had either 1 or 2-star ratings, and of those, 50 of them were large chains. 2, for-profit chains now make up a significant portion of the industry. Only 17% of nursing homes are nonprofit. Lastly, the industry has many operators that are either connected to private equity or who model their business practices after private equity, like hiding profits in related party transactions. HB 1414 places much-needed guardrails against bad actors. Similar policies have been implemented successfully in other states. Let's walk through what skilled nursing facilities would actually be required to do with this bill. In addition to the cost reports that nursing homes are already required to submit, they would submit 1 additional form. And in my hand, I have what a copy of the Massachusetts Direct Care Cost Quotient report would look like. As you can see, it's only 2 pages. It includes all positions like dietary workers and housekeepers. The form is very simple. It doesn't duplicate the cost report that is already mandated, and it clearly lays out how much skilled nursing homes spend on workers. Massachusetts set a 75% threshold and faced little industry outcry, and their model is working. Over 80% of nursing homes in Massachusetts are meeting or exceeding the 75% threshold. 1199 is happy to connect MDH with Massachusetts regulators to ensure a smooth implementation process here. Vote yes for transparent stewardship of public funds, protecting quality of care, and addressing the short staffing crisis. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Williamson. I'm a lawyer at the Public Justice Center. I'm here to support HB 1414. The average nursing staff turnover in Maryland facilities is 49.3% per year. The staffing crisis harms our residents. Studies show that staffing instability leads to more short-term residents failing to improve enough to go home, and more long-term residents having less independent mobility and being less able to do their basic activities of daily living. I've talked with residents who have told me that they were left in soiled beds for hours, and many have told me that they are afraid that they will die because there's not enough staff to answer their call bells. HB 1414 would require 75% of nursing facility revenues to be spent on direct care worker wages and benefits. This would attract and retain more staff in a sector where over 1/3 of certified nursing assistants currently have to rely on public assistance to make ends meet. Nursing facilities can afford to pay direct care workers more. Based on cost report data, nursing facilities have good profit margins, and their margins are better than the average for all healthcare facilities. But profits are even higher than what is shown on the cost reports. 75% of nursing facility owners pay money in related party transactions, essentially paying themselves. Owners frequently create separate LLCs to charge rent, pay management companies, insurance, and other costs, and then they overpay those costs, sometimes by up to 1,200%. The nursing facility industry spends billions of dollars every year on related party transactions. These transactions skew the data, making facilities look less profitable when they are really squirreling away large amounts of profit. It's time for Maryland to create a wage pass-through, ensuring that workers are not left behind struggling to make ends meet while owners pocket millions of dollars. For these reasons, the Public Justice Center urges a favorable report in HB 1414. And I'll also note that we couldn't fit the whole panel up here. Is it okay if I switch? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Pellison and members of the Health Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 1414, and thank you to Delegate Martinez and all the sponsors for their interest in this important topic. My name is Sarah Westrick. I'm the Advocacy Director for AARP Maryland, representing our 850,000 members. I also serve on the Oversight Committee on Quality of Care in Nursing Homes and Assisted Living Facilities. Our state's long-term care system continues to face severe workforce shortages, high turnover, inconsistent spending on direct care. HB 1414 helps address these challenges by establishing clear standards for direct care wage spending, strengthening transparency, and improving accountability. Today, many nursing home owners, like you've heard, use very complex ownership structures to obscure profits and shift funds to related companies instead of investing in resident care. The department's 2025 nursing home cost report further underscores the need for reform. In 2024, 204 nursing homes submitted cost reports showing that under 54% of their revenue go to direct care staffing. This bill ensures that the funds more reliably reach the workers providing hands-on care. The bill will also strengthen transparency and require clearer, verifiable financial documentation. The bill ensures that staffing funds reach the workers who provide the daily hands-on care, and this will help to stabilize the workforce and reduce turnover, which jeopardizes resident safety. We believe this bill will bring needed transparency, protect workers, and strengthen quality of care. For these reasons, AARP Maryland respectfully urges a favorable report.
Good afternoon. For the record, Megan Peters here on behalf of the Alzheimer's Association in support of House Bill 1414. As of 2025, an estimated 46% of nursing home residents have Alzheimer's disease or another dementia. For these residents, direct care workers are essential. Not only are they the people providing daily care, but they also are bringing comfort and stability to the people living with dementia. Because of this, a stable and supported direct care workforce is a key element to overall well-being. When staffing is stretched, routines can break down, residents with dementia may become disoriented, anxious, or at higher risk of complications. And we know that Maryland will need more of these workers in the years ahead as our population ages, more residents are living with dementia, and more live with multiple chronic conditions. House Bill 1414 helps Maryland prepare for this future by adding reasonable, targeted transparency around how nursing homes use resources intended for care. This transparency is essential for our residents living with dementia who have high and complex care needs and often cannot advocate for themselves. It helps ensure that resources are directed to the hands-on support they depend on every day. This bill will also help protect families from bad actor facilities by shining a light on spending practices. This bill's visibility supports appropriate oversight and helps ensure care remains centered on residents. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
And I believe I have Tara Moriello.
Yes. Am I close enough? Good afternoon, members of the committee, and thank you. My name is Tara Moriello, and I'm here with Disability Rights Maryland. We are the state's federally designated protection and advocacy agency and mandated to advance the civil rights of people with disabilities. We work hard to increase opportunities for people with disabilities in Maryland to be integrated into their communities, live independently, and most of all, access high-quality, affordable health care. Although the right of people with disabilities was enshrined by the Supreme Court to live in their community in Olmsted, there are still many people with disabilities in our state who rely on nursing homes. As of 2025, about 7% of people over 65 with disabilities do live in nursing homes in our state. Unfortunately, residents of nursing facilities do experience a lower quality of care. As of January 2026, over 30% of nursing homes here were found by the Office of Healthcare Quality to have serious deficiencies causing immediate jeopardy to resident health or safety. Past reports include failures to provide adequate supervision and monitoring, which have led to hospitalization and even death of residents in nursing facilities. There are several causes for these deficiencies, but a major driver is the lack of insufficient investment in our direct care workforce. We've heard from other members of this panel that nursing homes are severely understaffed, the statewide turnover rate is high. This leads to a workforce that cannot adequately provide for our residents in nursing facilities. By ensuring that at least 75% of a nursing facility's total nursing and residential care revenue goes to direct care staff wages and benefits, this bill will help ensure that residents get the quality care that they are entitled to and deserve. In addition, requiring nursing homes to file the annual cost report with the Department of Health to ensure compliance will boost transparency and overall improve the safety, quality of care, and quality of life for residents in our nursing facilities. Our healthcare system is already very difficult for people with disabilities to access. The inability of nursing homes to provide quality care is one of them. And because this bill seeks to remedy that, Disability Rights Maryland supports House Bill 1414 and respectfully urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I had one virtual witness on your panel, Janae Mixon, but I believe they are not in the waiting room. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to questions from the members. Are there any questions for the sponsor or his panel? Delegate Tavera.
Thank you. So I have just a couple of questions, like how much of the percentage of that's coming in is being spent now on, how much of the nursing home costs are is being spent on total nursing and residential care?
Yeah, thank you so much, Delegate, for your question. Last year, this body passed a bill that was also sponsored by Delegate Martinez that had Maryland Department of Health conduct an analysis of all of the nursing home cost reports in Maryland. This was conducted by MDH's third-party fiscal auditor, Myers and Stauffer. And that report showed that about 53.2% of nursing home revenue is going towards direct care. And that is an aggregate value. There's still a lot more detail that we can ask from Myers and Stauffer to get more granularity on which direct care staff is included, but it gives a quick snapshot of how much more we can really improve in the state when it comes to spending on direct care.
Can I just follow up quickly on that? Okay, so in aggregate, how much can we say is going to, let's say, medical equipment, taxes, medicine amenities within the facility. And I'm assuming that this is outside of physician cost, correct?
Well, some of the granularities of what else they're spending on was not calculated by Maryland Department of Health, so I think those are questions that we can continue to ask and find out more.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, this does conclude this panel. I do have a favorable panel, which is Christopher Meyer and Carolyn Taylor Chester. If you would like to come to the table and give your testimony. Oh, I didn't have them on that, sorry. My mistake. Okay, so Christopher Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Bagnall, members of the committee. My name is Christopher Meyer. I'm a research analyst at the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in support of House Bill 1414. Every year, state policymakers spend a lot of time thinking about how to make Maryland an attractive state for seniors. Access to high-quality long-term care is one key to achieving that goal. But on this count, we're falling short. Last year, nursing homes in Maryland had average staffing levels 25% below evidence-based standards, according to an analysis of federal data by the Long-Term Care Community Coalition. This means that our state's 20,000 plus nursing home residents cannot count on receiving the level and quality of care they need. This issue becomes more urgent each day. Maryland's 65-plus population grew by 34% from 2014 to 2024, and is projected to grow by another 23% by 2035. House Bill 1414 would improve access to high-quality long-term care by requiring that nursing homes put at least 75% of revenue toward direct care staff. This standard could translate into increased hiring or higher wages. In practice, these go together, as low wages are among the top barriers to recruiting and retaining a sufficient long-term care workforce. Direct care workers in Maryland nursing homes typically took home less than $32,000 in 2023, and more than 40% had to use public assistance to pay for necessities like food, healthcare, or housing. Inadequate wages also mean less spending at local businesses across our state. House Bill 1414 would ensure that nursing homes are using their resources to do their jobs, to hire sufficient care workers, pay them competitive wages, and provide residents the care they deserve. For these reasons, I'm respectfully asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We do have one unfavorable panel. So if I can bring Emily Lamberson, I'm so sorry, Aaron Greenfield, and Dana Kaufman. You can come to the table and give your testimony when you're ready. Do we have Emily?
Madam Chair, Ms. Lamberson had to leave.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Chair Bagnall, Vice Chair Cullison, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of Lifespan Network, and we do oppose this bill. I just want to clarify a couple of issues. So our cost reports are extremely detailed. There is not a cost that is incurred by the nursing homes that is not on this cost report. And all the salaries are contained on the cost report. They are spread out between 4 of our 5 cost centers, and it includes items that are not included in this bill, which would be our laundry salaries, housekeeping salaries, operational and maintenance salaries, as well as a lot of admin. That's not the administrator, but the discharge planners and individuals who are essential to the operations. Those cost reports are inspected and audited by Myers and Stauffer, and 204 nursing homes are required to file those cost reports, and 204 file them every single year. They are required or they will lose reimbursement. There was a comment made about Massachusetts and how the providers supported that. What was not mentioned is the reason that the providers supported it was because Massachusetts, unlike Maryland, has put a significant amount of money towards this initiative. I tried to do some research on it, and it was my understanding that in rate year 2023, $165 million went in just for this initiative. Maryland has not raised our reimbursement rate in 2 years. And then prior to that, the reimbursement rates were only increased to the amount mandated in state law to offset increases in minimum wage. So those are some of our concerns with this bill. We do have a very complicated rate structure through those cost reports, but again, everything is on those cost reports. So we would request an unfavorable. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Aaron Greenfield on behalf of Leading Age Maryland in opposition to House Bill 1414. First, want to thank the sponsor for meeting with us and giving us the opportunity to talk through some of these issues. We support increasing wages for nursing home workers, but believe this bill is not the vehicle. We aren't aware of any link between a 75% wage threshold and quality of care. Multiple Maryland providers reported spending 50 to 74% of revenue on direct care wages, yet still achieved a 5-star CMS staffing rating. In addition, we are concerned that rigid spending mandates, like the 75% threshold, will risk undermining care quality. In particular, this bill may reduce funding for other essential services, including food, utilities, maintenance, and infection control. These trade-offs could negatively affect the quality of care despite good intentions. And then lastly, we think that the section on enforcement is awfully punitive. It could reduce access to care. Enforcement mechanisms, including potential suspension or termination from the Medicaid program. And these punitive measures could lead to financial instability for providers and reduced access to care for vulnerable adults. Lastly, the cost report study that the sponsor introduced last year doesn't align with the bill in terms of the work categories. The 53.86% isn't perfectly in sync with what this bill is classifying for that 75% requirement. For those reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the members, starting with Delegate Hutchinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kaufman, just expand on the $165 million in Massachusetts. I didn't really follow. Where was that money coming from? How are they able to, how's that then being used to help that program there? And clearly, we don't have that money here to do that.
Yeah, so I actually reached out to the state exec in Massachusetts. So we got a little bit of information just in time for this hearing, but I'm hoping to actually have a longer conversation. But the reason, it was done regulatorily, not statutorily, but it was, again, that they had a significant investment. When I did my own little research, like I said, the numbers that came up was $165 million for rate year 2023, and then an additional $342 million the next year after that. I can get you some additional information, but I think the point is, Maryland, this bill is trying to do this within our current structure without providing additional monies. Even a couple years ago, when this bill was first introduced, it had mandated that the governor do an 8% increase for this purpose. But of course, it didn't pass because of that fiscal note. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I apologize to the representatives of 1199, since the question really should have been directed to you then. So how much, I would say, if there isn't an alignment in the sinking in work categories, how much would you allocate is being spent now in terms of total nursing and residential care for those nurses? that are caring for seniors.
Yeah, if I understand your question, if we take a look at the cost report study that the sponsor introduced the year before, it came out to be 53.86%. But I don't think that captures the additional work categories like housekeeping, maintenance, and the like, which I think might get it closer to 75%.
Can I follow that up a little bit? So let me make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying before I ask the question on how much you think is the rest, right? We're looking at medical equipment, taxes, medicine, amenities, cleaning, laundry, food, utilities, inspection controls, that's building engineers, and physicians. If you break all of that out, what does that consist of?
I don't have an answer for you.
Because I'm just trying to figure out what is if you're suggesting, I'm just trying to understand, if you're suggesting what I think you're saying, it may very well be that there are less to make up for this 53%. There are less nurses now. They are doing the job more and being more pressured so that they could be competitively paid.
Dana, did you?
But I'm just trying to understand but I'll leave it there. I mean, I do think that maybe there needs to be a revisit then to get clarity on the study. Because right now I don't understand the data based on what they're saying.
Yeah, I think maybe we need to have an offline conversation too, because it sounds like maybe there's a need for a review of understanding for how we're considering the data. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. This does conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1414. So we're now going to go to House Bill 1153, which is Maryland Medical Assistance Program and Health Insurance Claims for Reimbursement Downcoding. Delegate Gazzoni, if you want to go ahead and approach the table and bring your panel, and you can get started with your testimony when you're ready.
Brought my folder. Assume your chair.
No. You can go there. You can here. I'll go here. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Bagnell, Vice Chair Cullison, members of the Health Committee. Welcome to the last bill of the day. I'm Delegate Pam Gazzoni, representing Howard County's District 13, and I'm here in support of House Bill 1153, which would protect healthcare providers from the unfair downcoding practices of insurers. Downcoding is a process by which an insurer or healthcare payer unilaterally changes the service code submitted by the provider down to one reflecting a lower level of care, resulting in reduced reimbursement to that provider. Although such adjustments may be appropriate in certain instances, downcoding seems increasingly to be used as a cost-saving measure for large insurance companies rather than as a safeguard against improper billing. Yet practitioners are increasingly reporting that incidents of downcoding has become more routine. For practices treating complex or high acuity patients, downcoding is especially and negatively impactful, and has led some providers to stop accepting certain insurance plans altogether. Downcoding shifts the burden onto practitioners to identify and to challenge the reduced payments for services already provided. In addition, often there is no advance notice of the downcoding from insurers, and because there's no advance notice, practitioners are unaware of the reduced payments until they reconcile their accounts, which may be weeks or even months later. And when providers do push back, insurers often try to bypass established appeals processes, further putting the onus on the provider to prove appropriate provision of treatment rather than on the insurer to justify their rationale for cutting reimbursement. This bill establishes reasonable protections against the abuse of downcoding. Specifically, it prohibits insurers from downcoding based solely on the diagnostic code rather than on also fully reviewing the clinical documentation. It also prohibits using AI tools or algorithms to automatically reduce codes, and it prohibits using practices that target practitioners, doctors or providers, who treat patients with complex medical conditions. The bill further ensures that claims for emergency services cannot be reduced based on the final diagnosis rather than on the symptoms, measured against the, and we heard this phrase yesterday, prudent layperson standard that the patient presenting with had in the emergency room. In closing, House Bill 1153 is about fairness, transparency, and accountability. By establishing reasonable parameters, including advance notice of any coding changes and clear written justifications for those changes, this legislation restores balance to the reimbursement process. It ensures that insurers cannot quietly reduce payments through downcoding and shift the burden onto practitioners to discover and dispute those reductions after the fact. Several states, including Virginia and Arkansas, have already enacted legislation to address downcoding, demonstrating a growing recognition that fair, clinically grounded reimbursement practices are necessary to protect both providers and the patients they serve. It's important to note that requiring this transparency does not prevent legitimate claim review. It simply ensures that any modification is communicated openly, supported by a clear rationale, and subject to clear appeals processes. There are safeguards that protect practitioners from unfair and deceptive practices designed to, these are safeguards that protect practitioners from unfair and deceptive practices designed to delay or reduce payment for services already rendered, as well as reducing revenue and forcing already business professionals to spend time on appeals instead of caring for patients. When medical practices are paid accurately and promptly, they can focus their time and resources where they belong, on delivering quality care. Thank you, and I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 1153.
Okay. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of House Bill 1153. My name is Amy Thomas. I've worked in healthcare for over 10 years and own 2 healthcare companies, one focused on practice analysis and consulting, and the other providing medical billing services. My work centers on revenue cycle management and insurance reimbursement for physician practices across Maryland. I'm here to share real-world data from a local Maryland rheumatology practice experiencing systematic downcoding by commercial insurers. This 3-provider specialty practice submits approximately 80 evaluation and management claims per week. After Aetna expanded its claims and code review program in March of 2025, approximately 70% of its E&M codes were reduced to a lower level of service. The average reduction was about $20 per claim and significantly more when high complexity visits were reduced. That equates to over $50,000 to $60,000 in lost revenue annually. To recover payment from a downcoded encounter, staff must manually retrieve remittances, retrieve medical records, and submit individual appeals, consuming approximately 9 hours a week. Without an experienced revenue cycle team closely monitoring payments and adjudications, these reductions can go easily unnoticed, particularly when billing is outsourced, leading to loss and uncovered revenue. Physicians and advanced practice providers are audited extensively and required to defend every code decision and detailed documentation and risk recruitment, civil penalties, fraud allegations, or removal from payers' network if documentation does not support the claim. Yet insurers can use AI algorithms and dowcodes of same services without prior clinical review or transparency. Practices face audits and penalties, whereas insurers can apply automated reductions without the same level of scrutiny. That imbalance is exactly why House Bill 1153 addresses. It restores balance, it requires transparency, same specialty, clinical review, formal appeal time, and it prevents non-transparent mass downcoding. This bill protects access to medically necessity care across all practices and safeguards especially practices that treat the most complex and vulnerable patients. For those reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report of House Bill 1153.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jonathan Rubenstein. I'm a board-certified and practicing urologist. I've been practicing in Maryland for 20 years. I'm the CPT advisor for the American Urological Association, former chair of the Coding Reimbursement Committee at the American Urological Association, the medical director for Coding Reimbursement for the United Urology Group, and I'm here to support HB 1153. Valuation Management Service is a very well-defined structure and what fits into what category, and it's well published in the CPT code book. This was updated in the year 2021, and all parties agree on this. When a physician group and an insurer get into a contract together, they make a determination and they agree upon what rules are there. About a year ago, one of my very acute and alert team members noticed a pattern that we were getting underpaid for a lot of our higher level service, our level 4s. This was silent. This was not discussed with us. There was no communication from any insurer to us about this down payment, and we were lucky to have caught it. We started immediately fighting it. Well, small groups can't fight this. They don't have a complex team. We're also someone who outsources their billing coding. They may not even be aware. This is very disingenuous on the part of a contract that is made between an insurer and a medical practice. And so we talk to these insurers, and if any insurer gets up here and claims that they have to defend correct coding, I find that incredibly disingenuous because we know what the rules are. The rules are based upon complexity or time. Not one of the charts that was down-coded in our group was based upon complexity or time, was based upon a third party using diagnosis codes. Diagnosis codes have nothing to do with evaluation management reimbursement. So I don't want anyone to come up here and saying that, hey, this is what we need to do. Again, we get fined and we get audited all the time, but if an insurance company does this to us, they get no consequences to them. My company has already had over 4,000 charts down-coded. So we're talking about $60 per down code. So that's $120,000 to my group. To fight that, it estimates between $25 to $50 per chart by the MGMA. That's $100,000 also off of the top. Bill 1153 does not eliminate appropriate auditing, does not eliminate appropriate coding. It just is smart about it and re-levels the playing field.
Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of MedChi and several other physician organizations. Dr. Rubenstein and Ms. Thomas have laid out why this bill is so necessary. What I find very interesting, however, is, and I will admit this, but we have talked to the Maryland Insurance Administration. They will say that down coding is prohibited in Maryland. But as you've heard, it is continuing to happen, and it's happening automatically. What I find interesting, too, is that you might hear that this bill will create administrative burdens and administrative costs on the insurers. But right now, Maryland law basically states that within 30 days of receiving a claim, the carrier must provide notice if it refuses to reimburse all or part of that claim and must state the reason for that refusal. And if it questions the legitimacy or appropriateness of a service, it has to request additional documentation. That is not happening right now. There are no notices being issued to even alert the physicians that their reimbursement is going to be lower, which is a violation of the law. We put this bill in because we needed to make sure and to really emphasize this particular practice and what is occurring with it, given the significant cost it is having on our physicians, which has been the theme of this session, really. You know, a couple years ago, it was prior authorization, and I will point out that, you know, before the insurers were trying to justify high denial rates, that, you know, they had to make sure things were medically necessary, but 70% of those denials were overturned on appeal. And as you've heard, Dr. Rubenstein, when he went through almost all of his claims, he was able to fight. So we think that this is really important. The last point that I'm going to make again is this does not prevent the carriers from questioning claims. It doesn't eliminate fraud protections. It doesn't insulate providers from scrutiny. But Maryland is based on a complaint system. So just one last thought. In 2021, the Maryland Insurance Administration did fine Aetna after it received a complaint, which, you know, physicians don't typically file complaints. And they found them guilty of or in violation and for downcoding. That penalty was only $2,500. That is a cost of doing business. when the penalty is only $2,500, but physicians are losing up to $100,000. So we urge a favorable vote. Thank you.
I was gonna, you have a couple more on your sponsor panel, Delegate. I've got Jake Whitaker, Richard Pellegrino, and Susan Jarrell.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jake Whitaker on behalf of Maryland's hospitals and health systems here in strong support of House Bill 1153. And so it's really because this bill is about making sure patients don't hesitate to get emergency care when they're experiencing symptoms like chest pains or shortness of breath, simply because they're concerned that their care is not going to be paid for. So this bill will ensure that patients don't have out-of-pocket costs and that hospitals are fairly reimbursed for the emergency care that we do. And so as you know, federal law already requires our EDs to treat patients based on their presenting symptoms, not on the final diagnosis, and regardless of their ability to pay. So take a patient, for example, who arrives to one of our EDs with severe chest pain. Our providers need to act immediately. They need to run complex tests and evaluations, and they need to rule out a heart attack or something serious. But take, for example, if those tests eventually show that the patient only had severe acid reflux, the payers will use that benign diagnosis to reimburse hospitals for a lower level of care. So what's happening is basically hospitals do all the work, they expend all the resources to prevent a tragedy, and then payers use 20/20 hindsight to lower the code for payment. And to get a sense of how this works, I thought it'd be helpful to kind of break down how a medical bill works, especially for an emergency claim. So for example, an emergency claim will contain things like labs, tests, and other services, but it also includes charges for the physician's time, clinical evaluation, and their work as well. And what we're seeing is that payers will frequently pay for those complex tests, but then they'll systematically downcode the claims for the doctor's clinical expertise that directly supported those exact same tests. And frankly, this just feels like an administrative game they're playing just to wear us down. Insurers know it's really expensive and time-consuming for providers to push back and to fight these cases. But I will say, even when we do expend the resources and when we fight back and do eventually win, you may have seen the MIA announcement where we win the vast majority of the time. The payers still profit from this. They hold on to our rightful payments for a period of months. They earn the investment income off that float, while we're just waiting to basically be made whole for the work that we've already done. The opponents might claim that this will raise premiums, but we're just asking them to cover the services that were already provided the premiums for. So we ask for a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Health Committee. My name is Susan Jarrell, and I serve as Vice President of Managed Care for LifeBridge Health. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 1153. I wanted to talk briefly about what happens after a patient receives care and is safely discharged, because for our teams, the real work often continues long after the clinical encounter ends. Across LifeBridge Health, we're seeing an alarming volume, and we have, of emergency department and outpatient claims that are automatically downcoded by insurers, often with no clinical review whatsoever. These reductions are frequently generated by automated tools that result in lower reimbursement levels without a physician reading a chart, without considering the complexity of the patient's presentation, and without evaluating the medical decision-making involved in treating the patient. From an operational standpoint, the impact is significant. Each automatic downcode triggers a labor-intensive, multi-step appeal process. Our billing and clinical staff must pull records, analyze documentation, craft a detailed rebuttal, and then track and chase insurers' responses, sometimes through multiple cycles, months. This is not a simple administrative correction. It's a resource-draining, expensive process that pulls skilled staff away from patient care, quality improvement, and other essential work. And when it happens repeatedly, the burden grows to a level that is simply not sustainable for any health system. And insurers are aware of this imbalance. When downcoding occurs at scale, it creates a slow grind pressure that providers cannot reasonably keep up with. Hospitals and other healthcare providers cannot challenge every inappropriate reduction generated by automated systems. And over time, the imbalance shifts financial responsibility onto providers and disrupts healthcare operations. And ultimately, the patients bear the cost. every hour and every dollar spent overturning arbitrary payment cuts is funding not invested in nurses, behavioral health, emergency readiness, or community health programs. And in an environment where hospitals and outpatient providers operate on thin margins, the administrative waste directly threatens access and affordability. House Bill 1153 provides a straightforward safeguard. On behalf of LifeBridge Health, I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1153. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I am Rich Pellegrino, Director of Financial Planning and Reimbursement at Caregiver Health Medical Center. Thank you for allowing me to testify in support of House Bill 1153. I echo my panel members' comments. Today, my testimony will consist of speaking to the emergency department denied services and its impact to the hospital financials. For the period of July 2021 through June 2025, ED denied dollars accounted for 44% of the total hospitals denied dollars, equating to $7.2 million. This represents 6% of total ED patient charges, and $6.2 million are due to payers indicating services provided are not medically necessary. Of this total, Medicaid MCOs account for 82%, or $5.1 million. This population, which access to care continues to be an issue, represents 24% of the hospital's total ED charges. Caregiver Health serves this population and every patient equally and provides the utmost appropriate medically necessary care to ensure the patient's symptoms are treated successfully 24/7, 365 days a year. Furthermore, the charging and coding of these services are compliant as set forth by Maryland's HSCRC. Per regulatory guidelines, the level of care charged and coded for each individual patient is based on resources consumed, to include clinical care time, staff intervention, complexity, and severity of illness. Therefore, as regulated by the state, reimbursement of these services should be based on the same criteria as charging for these services, and not based on a defined level of care algorithm per diagnosis or auto-pay list or a ED analyzer or whatever mechanisms the payers have. This does not consider the symptoms presented and resources provided to each unique emergent patient. In conclusion, Caregiver Health Medical Center is in support of House Bill 1153, and we ask for a favor consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the members for questions. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Hill.
Thank you. So whoever one of the two panels can answer the question. So first, thank you for the bill, Delegate Gazzoni. So I want to be clear, if you talk about downcoding, there's also something called upcoding, right? So if a provider upcodes, meaning they use codes that misrepresent and inflate the service that's provided, that's fraud, right? And they can be tried and they can be fined and they can lose licenses. And is that true? So can you speak to how, there are already things to stop people. So talk to that in context of this bill.
Right, okay, so thank you so much. So, listen, there are federal laws that prohibit upcoding. You're exactly right. As I said at the very beginning, if you look at, let me just use evaluation management. When you evaluate and manage a patient, there's a set layout for how an evaluation management service is coded. And it's based upon 3 different sections, 2 of the 3 sections. Section 1 is the complexity of the presentation and what you're treating the patient for and the patient's presentation, and that there's a 2, 3, 4, and 5, or a straightforward, low, moderate, or high level of complexity of the patient. You talk about the amount of data that you're either ordering and or reviewing, and that, again, that's a complex section for the data, and there's amount of patient risk. So if 2 of those 3 sections hit at moderate risk, the patient is a level 4. It's well laid out. It is not legal for somebody to report a level 5, a highest level, if they only reach level 4. So whether it's time or complexity, it's laid out. So it's easy to see if somebody is upcoding. What's going on here, as we said, is that physicians and hospitals are getting paid, let's say, at a level 3 paid at a level 3 for work of a level 4 because of some AI program and automatic down code. If someone will say, hey, we're not down coding, we're just paying you at the lower level. For all intents and purposes, that's down coding. I don't want somebody to say they're not down coding. If you're paying it at the lower level, that's considered down coding. Right. And they're putting the burden of proof on the physician, on the facility, to go ahead and say, hey, it's already in our medical records. Nobody's looked at these medical records. If a human being looked at these medical records, had coding expertise, they'd be able to see whether the patient is a level 4 or not. The computer programs are not, and we are basically being proven or decide that we're guilty until being proven innocent, which is not the American way.
So it sounds like all the incentives are on the provider to be as honest as possible. So there really is no reason for all these down codes to be done, because if they really thought that they were misrepresenting, they would either take them out of the network or charge them with fraud. And so unless they're going to go through and look at the clinical data to defend it, so this really makes no sense to downcode and do it automatically, is what I hear you saying.
Listen, the False Claims Act will clearly, show, as been there, that's, the basis for all this, is that you cannot overcharge the government for services that are not provided. People are fined and they're in jail. There's been a lot of instances, that can be shown of that for when they do it. So there's no incentive for a physician to upcode and to not, and their information is well represented there. And what I'll tell you is that when we first saw this, again, this was secretive, and this was only found out because there was like a little computer alert that one of my revenue cycle managers noticed, was that the computer was saying, hold on a second, we're getting reimbursed less than what was expected for the service that we're being provided. We were not told about this, which again, I realize is now a violation of state law, but I'm just learning that right now. So we can talk about that later, about that violation. So we were not made aware of it. We had to be ones to discover it. To try and then fight this, it takes 3, 4, 5 steps to try and fight this, and we're still fighting charts from months and months and months ago, which is financially viable, good for them. I'm sorry, got off track. What was the question again?
It's okay. I think you answered. Okay.
Yeah.
And I just, to that last point, if I may, and this is for, I guess, Ms. Kaufman, because I think you're saying it sounds like they want to wear you out. You take anything rather than what you're owed, and rather than fight. Ms. Kaufman, the question is, when you say it's illegal, we know that most of the healthcare legislation we pass with respect to insurers only covers 18 to 20%. It doesn't cover the other carriers that are here. So when you are seeing the downcoding, do we know that it's not that 80% who aren't subject to our laws, or is it across the board? Can you help us understand that?
I would say it's probably across the board, and I think that is showed in the Aetna order that was done in 2021. So if the MIA was able to find Aetna, that was in the fully insured marketplace. So, the bigger issue here is the fact that, again, like I said, Maryland is complaint driven, and physicians are fighting for these claims internally with the insurer. They do not, I wish they did more, file with the MIA. But, even if it's only 18%, remember this bill also goes to MCOs, so it's going to be higher than 18%. I think it's more like 30%, but every dollar counts nowadays. So even if it's, for sake of argument, 30%, that those dollars count for these physician offices.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably for the gentleman at the end. So is this something that's, you see a pattern in terms of setting where this occurs more often, or is it across the board? And what I'd like to kind of understand, if possible, could you run me through like a down code, like they started here and this is why it lowered, and what the financial impact of that one down code might equate to?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this question. So we'll start with, I'm, the ones that I notice are in mostly my outpatient office setting. I'm not, since I don't do hospital billing or ER billing, I'm less aware of how that's going. So I'm learning a lot from listening to this, how the hospitals here are also being affected. But I'll just use, for example, my particular office. So let's say outpatient urology. And again, if we see a patient who meets, we have 3 sections or time, either one, complexity or time, you can report a patient at a certain level. And just for the ease of this, it'll say there's a level 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. And the higher levels are the more complex, more time, more resources, more effort that's being done on the part of the practice and the physician. Where we've seen this the most is level 4s, which is a moderate complexity patient. We're getting paid at level 3, which is a low complexity patient level. And when I looked at it, the average was probably around $57 to $60 per claim. We were being paid $57 to $60 less. So we're expending the resources, time, and effort of a level 4. We're getting reimbursed at a level 3, and we're talking per claim. So my group is over 2,000 claims so far. Then the need to try and fight this, meaning we called our provider reps. It takes forever to get them on the phone. When I finally did get one on the phone, and by the way, when I looked through our first 135 claims, okay, I haven't gone through all 2,000, but here I'm taking time out of my day, 135 claims, 133 were appropriately reported level 4s. And when we're talking about these algorithms, because we talked about time or complexity, so many of them were based upon time. So for example, 40 minutes total time spent on a patient on a day is a level 4, no matter how you cut it. Well, these computer algorithms can't recognize that they're not going through these charts to see that my physicians document, I spent 40 minutes with this patient today. That's a level 4, period, done. There's no question about that. Well, guess how many of those we had to fight? A whole bunch of them. Now, that is, again, time out of my life that I'm looking through these charts. And again, the MGMA estimates it costs over $25 to fight per chart. So now we've lost $60. Now we fight, it's going to cost us a minimum of $25. When we found out that we were starting to appeal, and we talked to the provider rep, we're setting in for appeal, and we'd like to appeal these 100 charts. Then we get, a month later, we get a note back, oh, you guys did it wrong. You're not supposed to appeal. First, you have to send in for reconsideration. So then we send it in for reconsideration. So we're talking $25 per chart. So now we're going through each of the charts, and then we send in for reconsideration. Only if the reconsiderations fail can we send them in for appeal. So now sometimes we are appealing 2 to 3 times on charts when we're clearly right the first time. And that just costs so much money and time and effort on behalf of these practices that are already fragile. Now, luckily, I have a bigger practice. Think about the smaller practices that either don't know this is going on. Think about the rural practices. And we've been talking all day about the problem with rural medicine, here in Maryland. Think about how it affects them. We're able to sort of fight this. But think about the smaller guys that can't fight this. That's my frustration.
Thank you. That was perfect. Appreciate it.
Delegate White Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate and panel, for this bill and your testimony. Wanted to make sure that I'm fully understanding this, and based on the line of questioning that that we're hearing, I suspect that this issue is becoming even more clear to me in my mind. However, going back to your testimony, Dana, Ms. Kaufman, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something here, because you elevate that there is existing law that is in place that really compels the payers to comply. So I'm trying to understand, what is this bill seeking to address here? And it sounds like to me that there is a concern about the existing process as it is complaint-driven. But can you expound upon really the larger scope and how pervasive this issue is beyond the qualitative kind of descriptions that we've received in hearing this, but again, just trying to understand if there's an existing law that we have in place, is this bill really seeking to address it from an accountability standpoint and addressing the process? Like, just trying to get an understanding of how pervasive this issue is, along with what is this bill trying to address with the existing law in place?
Right. So I think you've kind of heard from the other panelists how pervasive this issue has now become. The reason we put in this bill after we had talked to the Maryland Insurance Administration is when you read the law, there was no specific reference to down coding. It is very vague, basically. So what we decided to do, given how much and the prevalence of this, is to put a little bit more teeth and assurance around this issue. For example, we're told that down coding, the way that the MIA looks at it, is it as a coverage decision. But the law doesn't state that. So our bill specifically says that this is a coverage decision, which when we put that in the law, then actually triggers very specific appeals processes. And we want to make sure that the insurers aren't going around by saying it's something different. You know, a couple years ago, we amended the step therapy law to basically say that if you conduct these practices, even if you don't call it step therapy, it is step therapy, and the patients get these protections. To me, that's kind of the equivalent of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to insert stronger language into the statute to bolster those current requirements. I mean, right now, like I had said, the law says 30 days. You're supposed to within 30 days if you're not going to pay. Our bill still says 30 days, but it also says that you can't, base any down coding on the final diagnosis. There's a special provision for emergency services, the use of AI without any clinical documentation. And we also borrowed the review from the language that was in the prior authorization statute, that it has to be somebody who actually understands this type of treatment. It's the board, same board eligible, board certified. So that's really what we're seeking to do. We're seeking to put more teeth. There's an independent penalty in our bill too, but to really clarify it so that all parties understand what the process is and what can and cannot be done.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Tavares.
Thank you. My first question was answered, and I wanted to say thank you. The second one is just when we're looking at all these costs spent by providers to fight this, which sounds to be substantial, at the end of the day, is there any reimbursement for that? Or can the law be amended to include that cost?
I would love a CPT code on administrative costs. We do not have that. And if you also consider, this is not in isolation. So if you consider, 2 years ago when we passed the utilization review prior authorization, that was another issue where physician practices and others are having to hire staff just for that purpose, to, to fight the prior authorizations, to file for the prior authorizations. And we're seeing the same thing here now, where they are either having to contract for companies to basically go through their remittance notices, or having to hire a full-time staffer just to get paid for services already rendered. Remember that, it's already rendered. And I've said this statistic before, but we have got to stem this tide. Maryland, between 2018 and 2023, lost 45.9% of its independent physician practices, and this is why.
And I just want to make sure that highlighting that AI is not being allowed to be used in this process as well. So it is somebody that's making this decision. Would that be correct?
Well, the way the bill is drafted is it requires a clinical review of the documentation, and that it has to be also done by a person who has, actual knowledge. So what we don't want is somebody pushing a button.
Yeah. I mean, page 3, lines 23 to 26. I just want to make sure that that speaks to your concern.
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, this does conclude this panel. I normally, because we have a lot of witnesses, would try and be a little more balanced, but I also want to be fair to our other favorable witnesses, because I have a feeling our questions are going to be for another panel. So I'm going to call up our final favorable panel, which is Michael Patty and also Charles Doring virtual. So Michael Patty, if you could come to the table and give your testimony, and then we'll also, Charles Doring, we will bring you up in just one moment.
Great. Michael Patty here today on behalf of the Maryland Community Health System in support of House Bill 1153. MCHS is a network of 7 federally qualified health centers with 55 care delivery sites across the state, providing. Got a lot of choices here. Providing somatic behavioral health and dental care to those underserved communities. Downcoding affects federally qualified health centers just like hospitals and just like independent practices. I really did want to highlight the fiscal note that was put together, and specifically the last page. I heard the hearing yesterday in the Senate, and I'm still a little confused on if it's happening, if it's not happening, and if it's not happening, the Department of Health had in this fiscal note here, they advise that the bill is anticipated to result in increased administrative costs and payment amounts as MCOs adhere to these proposed downcoding standards, which means that if there's a cost, that means that it's happening today, and then they would have to then properly code. So I just wanted to get ahead of that and just say that I'm still very confused in the sense of, if MCOs are not doing this, then how is there an apparent cost to the state? If they weren't doing this, nothing would change. There shouldn't be a cost in the fiscal note. On the first page, MDH again highlighted that there would be an indeterminate cost to the state. I don't believe they weighed in on this bill, but I just wanted to just highlight a few of those things, knowing that this comes down to FQHC's bottom line, and they already operate on razor-thin margins with MCOs in the Medicaid space. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1153.
Thank you for your testimony. Charles Doring, go ahead and unmute and begin your testimony.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Charles Doring, a general dentist in Rockville, Maryland, and president of the Maryland State Dental Association, speaking in favor of this downcoding bill or anti-downcoding bill, House Bill 1153. And I believe our lobbyist, Mr. Doherty, may have submitted some amendments, specific safeguards on downcoding in dentistry. But just to, again, I talked to many dentists across the state of Maryland. I'm in Garrett County now, and many of them have concerns with dealing with insurance. Downcoding is one of the big issues. And talking to my staff in my office, the biggest complaint we get is on restorations. Most patients now typically like composite tooth-colored fillings. That seems to be the common, safe, efficient way. But the insurance companies typically downcode these to silver fillings to save money. Now, in the Senate hearing the other day, the representatives from the insurance companies said this was to counteract nefarious activity, but I do agree with Delegate Hill's comments that there are many safeguards against upcoding, so that we do need this protection on the downcoding. So I asked for a favorable report on House Bill 1153. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this panel from the members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. We are going to go to, good to see you. We're going to go to a favorable with amendments panel. So if I can bring William LeBeau, Dan Doherty, Dr. Marla Prokop, and Stephen Dargan to the table, and you can go ahead and give your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dan Doherty here on behalf of the Maryland State Dental Association and the Maryland Society of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons. I endorse everything that you've heard to this point. My biggest issue to discuss is we want to have an amendment that will bring in, number one, dental plan organizations, because they are unique to dentistry. They are a carrier, just like all of the other entities mentioned in the bill, and they down code just like every dental plan that's under another type of insurance. We also want to make sure that the review of dental claims is made by a dentist who is qualified in the same specialty or practice, not by a physician, because much of what dentists do are not within the ken of the average physician. So with those amendments, which I had given to the sponsor earlier, and they are intended to be friendly amendments, I endorse what was said before and urge a favorable report with those amendments.
Thank you. This is Steve Dargan, again with the Maryland State Dental Association. On behalf of the MSDA, I ask that you be in favor of 1153 with amendments, including the language for dental plan organizations. The issues that you've heard previously from the other panels is occurring in dentistry. And downcoding is taking place. They're not taking into account time, difficulty of the procedure, or the expense of the materials. For that reason, we would like to have this amendment added. Thank you.
Madam Chair and committee members, I'm Bill Lebo, general dentist in Baltimore and vice president of the MSDA. And I just would like to take a minute to explain the difference between two fillings and why the difference would be in cost and how it affects us. The down coating from a composite natural colored filling to a silver amalgam filling. Amalgam compared to a composite on a gram basis when we buy the material is definitely less. Amalgam only comes in one color, silver. Composites, we have to stock. I probably stock 10 different shades and about 4 or 5 different consistencies of material. When we do a composite filling, it takes a lot longer. There's a lot more intricate steps. It's a lot more technique sensitive than doing an amalgam filling. That's being said that both are being done correctly. It just takes longer. So if we're being down coded, then either the office is going to lose money or the patient's going to pay more. In both cases, we lose, the patient loses, the insurance company is the only one that comes out ahead. And in some cases, the patient gets upset. It drives a wedge between the doctor-patient relationship, even though they've already agreed upon everything. Prior to doing the procedure, we always get consent, but we're the messenger. We're not the person who's calling the shots, and a lot of times folks go, they don't like the messenger. So that being said, I would ask for a favorable report with the amendment that Mr. Doherty said. And so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I guess turn it over to our next speaker.
Okay. Hello again. My name is Dr. Prokop. I'm a pediatric dentist here in Anne Arundel County. I've been practicing dentistry for 30 years. In advance, I want to thank you for your time. Do you know how frustrating it is for a practitioner to receive a reduced fee for a dental service that you provided because the insurance company decides so based on some outdated system? For example, some insurance companies are still downgrading, paying less for a composite tooth-colored filling and replacing the code to an amalgam silver filling. Who
And how many of you have received an amalgam filling recently? Or downgrading a porcelain crown to an all-metal crown? Nobody's getting this very often. This is so outdated, and they have been doing this to us for years. If we as dentists bill for a specific code, we should be paid for that code and not have the insurance companies decide to substitute it with a lesser paying code. Patients expect and want their insurance companies to support the care they get from their dentist. Downgrading procedures negatively affects both the patient and the dental practice. It affects the patients because now they are financially responsible for the difference between the doctor's agreed insurance fee and the downgraded fee. Dental offices are affected because sometimes we cannot charge the patient the difference because we have to accept that downgraded fee as payment in full. And if we are allowed to collect the difference, sometimes getting that difference severs that relationship between you and the patient. All I'm asking for you is to support this bill with the amendments so that practitioners can continue to do what is best for the patient, in the best interest of the patient, and for the health of the patient. An insurance company pay their fair share and are not allowed to downgrade for a service. This practice by insurance companies has to stop.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this panel from the members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have one unfavorable panel. So if I can bring Matthew Celentano, Joseph Wynn, Michael Johansson, Allison Taylor, and Kimberly Robinson.
Ms. Taylor is not feeling well.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry to hear that. All right, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Matt Celentano here today on behalf of the League of Life and Health Insurers in opposition to House Bill 1153. First and foremost, we believe that the MIA already has the authority to enforce the provisions in this bill. Blanket or systematic downcoding is already illegal, and if providers see a pattern, they need to complain to the MIA. There is already a system in place to take care of sort of whatever they're being represented as nefarious downcoding. But downcoding in general is necessary as it ensures reimbursement aligns with the documentation. It supports payment accuracy and healthcare affordability. It's not a denial of care and not a medical necessity determination. Determinations are based on the AMA CPT code manual and its leveling guidelines. Carriers do not change the codes, only the intensity level associated with the reimbursement amount. Legislative proposals should preserve reasonable payment integrity tools while ensuring transparency and fairness for both sides. Disputed reviews are conducted by certified professional coders, which is consistent with industry standards. This is a human. This is not an algorithm. This is not what you've seen in parts of this bill. Downcoding is a coding validation activity, not a medical necessity review. Unfortunately, review of coding is necessary to ensure affordability and to limit waste in the system. Carriers see significant errors in codes that we are obligated as financial stewards to address. So for these reasons, we are opposed to House Bill 1153. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I suppose. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Kimberly Robinson, on behalf of Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield, in respectful opposition to House Bill 1153?
Yep.
House Bill 1153. So a couple of things. I'm gonna build from what Mr. Celentano said. Maryland's law prohibits automatic downcoding today. It has for years. It is part of your appeals and grievance law passed by this body many, many years ago, and in its iteration since, continues to make that inappropriate. Not only that, when it comes to who is doing the review, House Bill 820, sponsored by Dr. Terry Hill of the Health and Government Operations Committee last year, already has made it clear that a human being in the same specialty as the service being reviewed has to make the review for any denial, and Maryland law considers a downcode change to be a denial. It is the reason why there is an order by the Maryland Insurance Administration against a company for that kind of behavior, because your law already addresses all of this. Part of the challenge, and I know Ms. Kaufman sort of preemptively got to it for me, is that only 17% of the state is subject to this law. Right or wrong, part of what I believe is happening is that you're seeing this happen perhaps in the insured market at some clip, but in reality, 83% of the people in Maryland are not covered by the same expectations or the same rules as that 17%. And so if those policies are written in states that have different laws than the ones that we have here, there will be a different experience. It is the unusual patchwork, thanks to the federal government, for how insurance works at the state level. But when it comes to what is already on the books in this state, many of the things that are being asked for already exist. There may be room, and I hear the proponents when they talk about perhaps there needs to be some more explicit communication. I think that may be something we're talking about, but so much of what's in front of you is just simply repeating what is already in statute. We don't believe that is necessary and urge your unfavorable report.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. Again, Joe Nguyen with Maryland MCO Association. Sorry about that, Madam Chair. It is. Maryland's MCOs are a pretty diverse bunch. We have a combination of hospital-led, provider-led, national and local plans. In fact, the majority of our MCOs are provider-led plans, and I share that point to highlight how important providers are to the Medicaid program. There's over 75,000 of them in the system. Every year, Medicaid adjudicates almost 100 million, if not more than 100 million claims. So there's a lot of review of this, and we have an obligation as stewards of state resources in the Medicaid program to do these reviews. We think this bill makes it a little bit harder. There's some language starting on line 23 that's a little confusing about process and tools. But as Kimberly just shared, House Bill 820 from last year really sets the standard in terms of what's allowed and what's not allowed. So we also, because of our interconnectedness to the provider community, try to work these out in a non-legislative environment. And we really continue to believe that these kind of payment disputes should be worked out outside of the legislative environment. That being said, in my limited time, we respectfully request an unfavorable report on this bill. And my written comments are more expansive, and I'm happy to take any questions from the committee. Thank you.
And I'm just going to check if Michael Johansson is here. Okay, I don't see him in the gallery. Okay. So I'm going to open it up to questions from the members. Are there any questions from the members for this panel? Vice Chair Cullison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt, can you speak to how it's, you said it wasn't actually a down code, it was paying, I'm guessing it's paying less because of severity. How is that severity determined?
So there are certified coders, which I had sort of mentioned, which is an industry type standard that review all of the medical record and determine within that CPT code what severity is the proper amount of payment. So it can be on a scale. I think it depends on each carrier, but it can be it is on a sliding scale depending on severity, and they adjust that severity as it is billed depending on what the medical record shows as what is prudent.
And is that being done by a human?
Yes.
Thank you.
Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, years past, I was actually worked for a medical insurance company and I processed medical claims. So with the coding, I'm a little confused. So when we would receive a claim, it was coded by the physician or the dentist or whomever the provider was. And that particular coder, which is a human being, like you said, so all these are done by humans, and they process the claim. So they didn't have, or the coder didn't have the opportunity to downcode. When you say down, are they changing the code of the procedure? That's on the form?
No, we're not changing the procedure. The carrier never, ever changes the code that is related to what was coded. It's the severity of the code, but it is never, the service is never changed. And one of the reasons this is important is that to go through and review the medical record to make sure that there's payment integrity going on. So we heard a lot about downcoding, and Delegate Hill talked a little bit about upcoding, right, which we see as a rampant problem in the healthcare system. I'm going to preface this by saying, I think that everybody involved here has work to do, right? And there has been discussion about potential amendments to sort of further clarify in ways in which providers can complain to the MIA or air their grievances if they see systematic issues. But the carriers are seeing systematic issues too, right? We see all kinds of forms of upcoding across the country. We see them in Maryland too. And like some of the potential scenarios that are pretty rampant, and if you do a quick Google search, you're gonna find them. We see upcoding, where they use a higher CPT code, which we could only adjust the severity to. There's unbundling, which separates comprehensive procedures into individual components and bill for those each services to drive up the cost. There's phantom billing, submitting claims for test procedures or supplies that were never provided to the patient. Misrepresenting diagnosis, artificially increasing the severity of a patient's condition. And one that has popped up for the last couple of years, and we can continue the conversation, especially after House Bill 820 of last year, is AI-assisted fraud. It's basically hallucinating diagnosis. And carriers are getting bombarded by new AI appeals on different things that the carrier is not allowed to use because we can't use AI, but the providers are bombarding us with AI-associated sort of appeals. So what I'm saying, like, there are lots of things going on in this place, and it deserves a further discussion, but it is not just one side.
Okay, all right, because I can remember, one person goes through, 1,500 claims a day.
Sure.
Within 8 hours of processing. But a lot of our denials, they weren't changing the codes, or they weren't looking at the codes, and that's in the system, okay, the physician says this code, you're automatically going to get this payment. But a lot of the denials then, now I'm going back, then, and maybe because of technology, so you can verify, then was more about whether it was a covered procedure under the actual plan. We didn't see a whole lot of denials from upcoding or downcoding.
Right.
It was all about whether it was a covered procedure, whether it was medically necessary, that way. So are you saying that it's changed now because of AI, that physicians are using AI?
I think we're in a world where the technology is influencing and changing the way that financial operations happen between carriers and providers, right? Okay. And 2 years ago, when we passed the prior authorization bill, there was a sort of runway for carriers are already doing electronic billing, have been doing it since 2014 when this former body passed it, but providers didn't have to, right? So a part of the prior auth bill was giving the providers an opportunity to upgrade so we can do things like real-time medical systems and real-time benefit checks to try to streamline those systems. Are they coming online? Yes, and it's going to make the system way more efficient over time, but we're not there yet, right? So House Bill 820 last year took a significant step to make sure that carriers were not using an AI in which you all were uncomfortable with. But there were no parameters set for providers or hospitals. So now we're being bombarded by sort of, let's say, annoying uses of AI. Let's just say that, all right? We can continue this conversation offline if you'd like.
Yeah. Thank you very much, though.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi.
Hi.
So, my one best question, gee. So, Matt, you listed a whole range of either inadvertent or accidental coding errors that providers of care might do, unbundling or upcoding and all of this kind of stuff. And then you sort of said in that, the insurers are being bombarded with all of these false listings of levels of service, right? Did I understand you right?
I think I was trying to speak to the non-level playing field that exists now between carriers not being able to use AI for process and the other entities being allowed to, and how that is creating a new problem.
Right, except, oh, okay, well, we'll get back to that maybe offline, because I don't think we'll have time today. So what I think I hear you saying is that then the insurer makes a determination, and you said on the clinical data, but it's typically on the HCFA, the form that comes in, right? Are you calling clinical data just the HCFA? Because most of these down codings, as I understand them, aren't based on coming back to the carrier and saying, we need more clinical information because we don't think that the code you use is accurate. It's looking at the red and white form and seeing the code, and then, as we heard testified, then paying on a lower code. So there's no clinical information that is the note, right?
That's not my understanding at all, Dr. Hill.
Okay, that's the testimony, is that they got paid on a bill, and then they found out by looking back that we didn't get paid we were supposed to. They had no heads up. Nobody asked for the clinical data. Nobody asked for the chart notes. Nobody asked, why did you bill this at this level? And so the insurer made a determination based on what you're calling clinical data, which is a claim form, which is not clinical data. Is there some other clinical data that you're referencing that the insurers are using to make a determination that the severity of the treatment was not what the person who actually performed it says under penalty that it was?
So Delegate Hill, that is not my understanding of what's happening here. What the carriers have shared to me is that if there is a down code or a reassessment of the severity, it is based on the clinical notes of the medical record that is shared before the claim is paid.
And when do they get those notes? When do they get those notes? Could they get a claim form? When do they get the notes?
I don't exactly know the process. Ms. Robinson, who is from the carrier, might have better insight than me, but I can get back to you.
Yeah, please do, because I think you're wrong.
I'm happy to have a conversation with my medical director and talk to you in the next day or so.
Yeah, I think we need to take this conversation offline. It's
happy to.
after 6, and we're well past 2 questions. Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was kind of on those lines. So we heard the testimony, Matt, about putting in silver fillings, silver crowns, or not putting those in because they don't hardly ever do that anymore. But when they got paid, it was for a silver filling or a silver crown. How does that fit on the severity slide?
So I need to get back to you to make sure that I don't give you the wrong answer. But it is my understanding that what the dentists were describing was not down coding. They're describing paying according to the benefit contract. And that is different. So I want to make sure that I give you the right answer, but I think that we're conflating 2 different issues here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Delegate Ross, followed by Delegate Hutchinson.
Right, so I feel like that last point you just made was clarifying, because it feels like some of this, I do feel like we're conflating a little bit. Like some of this is not down coding per se. It's just the contract, so thank you for making that point. But I'm sort of, I guess, pulling on the same string as some of the other round of questions you just got. I too am trying so hard to understand the discrepancy between when the carrier does their assessment, however they do it, and they determine a certain level of severity. What's accounting for that, the discrepancy between that and what the provider has given? Is it the AI? Is that what you're saying is the reason why you come up with potato and they have potato? Is that what it is, or is it?
So one, thank you for the question, Delegate Ross. I think that's a very good question, right? I don't know that I have a quick quippy answer for what that is. I do suspect that there are instances where, because we're talking about in this case, it's not a question of the diagnosis or the main CPT code, it's a question of severity, where there are going to be standards for what constitutes a level 1 versus level 3 versus level 5 that different minds are disagreeing about whether or not what are in the clinical notes are justifying that, right? Whether or not there's enough evidence to say that this level of severity at which the claim was submitted lines up with the information that is supporting that conclusion. And, you know, the way the law is currently set up, it considers any change, including that one, to be a partial denial. So Maryland, in its law, does contemplate what is considered partially denying a claim. Where you pay the part of the claim you think is appropriate, you're essentially considered to be denying the part that's not, and the denial rights that come along with any denial are now in effect. And that is how the law contemplates that kind of a disagreement about something like that severity being handled. But I do think it's two medical providers, because again, on our side, it is a provider in the same specialty as the service that's being rendered, who by law has to be the decision maker, who is disagreeing with the provider who rendered the service based on the information provided.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Matt, when you opened up your testimony, you sort of acknowledged and said that downcoding does occur as well as upcoding occurs. Yep. And you're frustrated, and I don't think it was your intention that, well, just because you guys are upcoding, then we have the right to downcode. I'm looking at the bill and saying, and looking at the fiscal note that, Michael Patty pointed out that the fiscal note even indicates that downcoding is occurring. So acknowledging that, and you did acknowledge that downcoding occurs, what is it about this bill that you don't like?
That's a good question. I think that, one, we think that it's just adding unnecessary administrative costs for something that's already illegal, right? And I think that you're overburdening the system that is already overburdened. And there's also communication that is required within this bill that we have a really hard time doing, right? And if we can't have a discussion with the provider before we can actually assess what is the proper amount of payment, you're going to slow down all the financial sort of mechanisms that go back and forth, which is going to create more problems. And you're going to have, and if that's the choice that they have, you might lead to more denials, because I have to get it right. This is the financial stewards of this money. That being said, like I said at the beginning, we are more than happy to continue the conversation to make sure that there is a better mechanism for providers, if they think something nefarious is happening, to have that addressed, for sure. But we also want it to be a two-way street, right? We need to have protections to make sure that the carriers are not sort of held across, the woods, so to say. There was a $100 million suit just this past week from a carrier that was accepted by a judge on an ER provider. $100 million of fraud on taking codes that were for sore throats and ear infections and upcoding as high-level complex services. I'm not saying there are like nefarious providers doing this on purpose, but there are some, right? And we talked about earlier about that's fraud. Yeah, I understand that's fraud, and we don't want to ever see anything illegal happen, but we can't catch all of it. So we have to have systems to make sure that there is payment integrity. Otherwise, the whole system comes crashing down. Like, the healthcare and health insurance is really, really, really expensive, because healthcare costs are really expensive, and we have to be mindful of those costs.
Thank you.
Delegate Tavares.
Well, I feel your pain, Mr. Santano, so just, I do. But I don't think that we should down code to average out the cost of the fraud, right?
I'm not saying that,
that
Delegate Tavares. I'm saying that downcoding is a necessary tool for carriers when done in an appropriate fashion that addresses the proper amount of payment for a medical record and for the care that's been provided.
I love how you speak. So let me just ask, what about the cost to the doctors, especially those on the fringes, when they have to expend to argue against the services of your clients when they are being improperly downcoded and they are the honest broker?
Well, I think that's why you have an appeals process that's been set up, and I think there's a lot of providers that don't know about the appeals and the regulator, right? So we have a regulator to make sure that this happens. It doesn't cost any money to complain to the MIA, and they open an investigation, and we'll make sure that hopefully make sure that it is done correctly.
So maybe the consideration, and I don't know, so would you consider that in the submission to the denial that you include not just the process on how they can appeal, but also where they can go to MIA to sue you?
So within,
Here's the note.
so there is already a notice that is required by law that goes to the provider within 30 days of when one of these payment issues happen. Like I said earlier, we would be more than happy to ensure that there is better language that has better notification from the MIA on the ability for providers to appeal some of these processes if they feel they've been harmed.
And I'm talking about
Delegate
MIA,
Jimenez.
including it in the letter. But thank you.
Thank you. We can continue this conversation through the subcommittees, but I tried not to continue it through the next day. Looking to see if we have any more questions. I just want to posit something. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone. I know this is a long day and a late night, and you all have been amazing. And I also want to point out that most of our members are here still at this late hour, and those who are not are actually in other bill hearings. So here's a couple things I want to posit, because I do hear the concern about the fact that there's only so much of this market share that we actually have regulatory authority around. So one question, do we know if there is a federal prohibition on this practice? Because we do know that the MIA had the authority to go after one of the carriers in the individual market because it was so egregious. So do we know if it's federal law or if it's just sort of like a when it happens, we'll know it scenario?
So the federal law doesn't exactly mirror Maryland's law. And this is just from having sort of scanned the information that's out there about what's been going on sort of in the bigger picture. It does not seem like this is either something that the federal law addresses with the same sort of grip that the Maryland law currently does, or also possible, we have a federal government who would be the enforcers who are not choosing to enforce. I can't say which one of those two things happens to be the case. Where we are seeing this conversation happens does seem to be at the state level. Many states, frankly, their appeals and grievances laws are generally built off of Maryland's because we are Maryland, so we were the first. We are not only the model for other states, we're the model for actually what the regulations are at the Department of Labor, because Maryland wrote the first appeals and grievance law in the country. And so here, ours is, I think, particularly clear and pointed and has the rules of the road that it does. You know, to the question that just happened, right? Maryland, our law already requires that there's information and notice that we have to give back to a provider if we're denying any part of the claim, which would include the downcoding, quote unquote. It's, for us, we would say it is adjusting to the appropriate level of severity. But to shorthand it, we already have to tell you if that's what's happening under Maryland's law today. So I just feel like a lot of what was being asked for in this bill is either because it's happening in spaces that aren't applicable to Maryland law, so people are not feeling that option on the provider side, or there's a lack of awareness of what is already in Maryland's law, but it's very repetitive of what the statute says. I don't disagree with Ms. Kaufman that there may be opportunities for some clarification. I think there may be some opportunity for education on all sides, but it's not as though Maryland is just the wild, wild west where this is happening whatsoever. And to your point, Madam Chair, it is why there is in fact an order against a carrier from the MIA, because they had the law to do so.
So I want to make this ask while we've got all the stakeholders in the room channeling our now speaker, because I do think we have an opportunity here to understand, one, how we can better inform that appeals process, but two, to try and understand the trends, like where we are seeing this in the Maryland market. If it's not in the 17% of the insured market that we control, or the 30% of the MCOs, where is it happening? So I'm hoping that you will work with our wonderful sponsor, who I know will avail herself of your expertise. And let's see if we can find a way to drill down on identifying opportunities for better education on that appeals process and understanding the trends so that we can also give the MIA some tools to act and enforce. Because if it's not happening in the market where we have some regulatory authority, it sounds like we still have some oversight and enforcement authority through the MIA, but of course, to your point, they are a complaints-based organization. So let's figure out how we can see where it's happening and how we can make sure that our networks know how to seek recompense.
Thank you.
Isn't that so? Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be so.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, this does conclude the hearing on House Bill 1153 and our hearings for today. Thank you very much, everyone.